Hi. Today we're gonna be playing Blue Red as just like yesterday, but before that, let's check Blogatog, Maros Dominaria United Tizer. Before previews for Dominaria United officially begin, I thought it would be fun to do another of my duelist style teasers where I give tiny hints of things to come. Note that I'm only giving you partial information. First up, there are some things you can expect. A new evergreen counter. Interesting. It's going to be a legendary counter that you put on a non-legendary permanent and becomes legendary. This doesn't sound very evergreen though. A popular Planeswalker card gets a reprint. That's gonna be Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, I'm guessing. For it is a new counter spell, I think a new evergreen counter is supposed to mean a counter that you put in a card. 7 mana card for Pioneer. It could be, but I don't think it fits. The Fairy Hero of Dominaria fits flavorfully. Because he's called Hero of Dominaria and the set is called Dominaria. While Karn Liberated is named such specifically because he was liberated from the Phyrexian influence, so maybe, but makes a little bit less sense. Although I guess maybe it does make sense some ways. I wouldn't rule that as a possibility. A blue card with destroy all creatures, some like bullshit for 8 mana, and then you like, I don't know, make tokens that are funny inverted versions of stuff. Liliana of the Veil. I don't know if that fits flavorfully. I don't know if Liliana has the Veil anymore in lore. A 5 mana value creature that can be a 10/10. Does it mean a 5 mana value creature or a 5 mana value creature? Probably 5 mana value creature. Yeah, there was that uncommon. It's probably domain. I guess the creeper from MH2 had, what did it have? Sunburst? But this could have domain and like enter with counters, 2 counters per basic land type. Converge. Yeah, sure. Sunburst Converge is
He's a
literally the same, I
phenomenal
think.
control player.
Redeem React Andy from College Humor. Alright, let's queue it up after we look at this. Ability word Prowess. I don't think Prowess is an ability word. I think
He's a
an ability word that didn't start
control
as an
player.
ability word returns. It's probably
Pogus.
domain, if I had to guess, but I'm not sure. But it did like make sense, kinda. Because Tribal Flames deals X damage target creature or player where X a number of basic land types on lands you control. And then became domain later. Thank you, K-Prince, for the sub. Very base. And it would also make sense for the 5 mana value creature that can be 10/10. It just enters with 2 counters per. It's a 4 green, enters with 2 counters per per basic land type you control. About the Planeswalker line, I like the thought that they had on the Goldfish podcast. That might not be a Planeswalker card. Well, I mean, they said a popular Planeswalker card. So to think that it's not a Planeswalker card is pretty tricky, but... Exactly, Domain is an ability ward and it used not to be. I get that they're both Planeswalkers and cards, but... I would be extremely surprised if that would be the case, especially since the Jaya card was spoiled, right? And also like the Jaya creature, is that a different card? The Teferi, I think it's more likely to be like the Teferi hero than anything, but of course what you're saying is a possibility, and it is true that Maro tries to trick us with all of those. I like that you're doing the NBL tournament, nice idea, thanks. I was like talking about it, then never did anything towards it, and then Chad mobilized and started making moves, so that's actually was very nice. 3 original Weatherlight crew members are in the set. Original Weatherlight crew members, sure, so some like Miris or whatnot. A card that grants poison, okay. A rare cycle of +1/+1 granting lords. Damn, will goblins and elves return to modern? I think Carnal Liberated is the most likely. Okay. Well, I said that the argument would be that Karn is liberated and Teferi is a hero of Dominaria, and the set is named Dominaria. What's the chance to complete that Planeswalker is gonna give poison? Well, not zero. A new artifact with Lotus in the name again. Character players have been requesting get a card for years. Finally gets one. Any guesses? How is performing the new version of Amulet so far? I think it is a list that makes sense. I haven't played it in a week. People were guessing geeks. Makes sense. Is he not dead? In the hell of Phyrexia forever? Sent to torture by Yawgmoth? Who's that dude mything some then? It's not Giggs. Geth. Maybe the Raven Man, maybe. Next here are some rules text that will be showing up on cards. As long as enchanted creature is legendary. I sleep. You may exile an instant or sorcery card with mana value X or less from among them. Okay, I sleep. Exile each non-permanent with mana value 2 or less. I sleep. Enchantment creatures you control have. Enchantment creatures? If X is 3 or less. Wow, exciting. For each opponent who doesn't, that player loses 2 life and you draw a card. For each opponent, I sleep. Instant or sorcery card with mana value 1 or 2. Interesting. Pay any amount of mana. Sure. Vehicles you control have crew 1. Damn. Buy your Dreadnought. Consulate Dreadnought. Buy them now. X is the number of legendary creatures you control. I sleep. Finally, some creature types in this set. Creature, Dryad, Warrior. Probably Broken Amulet. Creature, Phyrexian Horse. Okay. Creature, Elf, Archer in red. Interesting type. So it's like 3 types. Elf, Archer in red. Lurgoyf. Tarmogoyf reprint. Tarmogoyf in Pioneer, bros. Confirmed. Creature, Human Core Soldier. Wait, there are cores? On Dominaria? Yes? Yes, Core Sanctifier. No, that's not a core. It's a human. Sanctifier on Vec. Then I don't know. Luther Ill Core. Blue cores. Damn. Legendary creature, Elemental Demon. That's a funny typing. Legendary creature, Frog Beast. That's the stupid meme monster. They're going to push this meme harder. They're gonna be like, yeah, bro, look, it's so funny. Yargla. It's gonna be a frog beast, and it's gonna be like Yorgle purified from Urborg, and it's gonna be white or something like that, or green. Elf Artificer, legendary creature via Shin of Valrok. A core can be a human. Yes, interesting. TMU pre-release weekend is Yargle Day. Do you think they waited like 2 extra months? Specifically for the meme? That's why the gap was so long. Legendary creature, Phyrexian Merfolk Wizard. Damn. August 18th will be an exciting day for Magic fans. Interesting. Phyrexian Wizard. What was the name of the third mystic, I think? Elf Lizard Wizard. Which this card's only purpose is to have... Well, I guess it was a playable card in Standard. There's a Lizard Wizard. What about cynical MTG haters? I'm pretty hatey, fully, yeah, myself, so. The gap was lying because we should have been happy about Commander Legends and Double Masters, but it didn't quite work out. Oh yeah, I guess true. There were actually 2 sets, but I don't know. Like it would make sense from my perspective as a customer to have the like commander sets in between normal sets, but I don't know. I think I've read somewhere that the summer set was uh, selling worse than the others, so they just decided not to release a set in summer. Or something. I don't know. You can also do Enchant Wordle because we start playing. Before we start playing. No, actually, you want to watch the video requested by K-Prince. College humor, Oreo CEO. Stop making new Oreos. Let's go. How does milkshake not a taste? Like milk has a taste. Funny. That was funny. "20 minutes of bonus footage." No, I didn't like it this much. Truly nice video showing the insane parts of society and the systems we live in. Really, really poignant, insane. TFW, no snow-covered lands. Yeah, also good ad. Now shut up. We have snow-covered lands. Its name, Frilled Mystic. Creature, but something else too. Rare or mythic? Newer than this. So it's an enchantment creature or an artifact creature for 2 or 3 mana. Or legendary creature, true. It is not Dryad of the Lycian Grove because it is green. Golos. Golos does not fit. Anax. Well, Anax is a legendary enchantment creature, so it does not help clarify if it's a enchantment or a legendary creature. Golos is all colors. Yeah, but we didn't hit any colors. So it is not green or blue.
He's a phenomenal control player.
What's the name of the Kamigawa construct? Croxa. Croxa fits. Okay, it is 2 mana legendary creature, rare, red or black, newer than this. 2 mana rare legendary creature. Not elf, not lizard, not wizard, not elder, not giant. Valky is a mythic. Mathilda. I don't know, but Magda fits. Okay, so it's a black 2-drop legendary rare creature from the year of 21. But not a Kaldheim. So it's from Kaldheim Commander, Strixhaven Mystical Archives, Strixhaven School of Mages, MH2, Adventures Commander, Innistrad, or Innistrad Commander. Birgi, the card is 2 mana and no red. Turak. It's probably from a commander set because Mr. Chima said that it sucks today. Turak is a mythic. I didn't know. Says black, but not only. Says black white, 2 mana. From AFR. Human or cleric. No, it's black and white. Ludevic. Is Ludevic black and white? Why not blue? Because Frilled Mystic doesn't hit those. Shy Ledin of Radiance. White and... Does it count as a white and black card? For Wordle? I'm not sure. It's a rare, costs 2 mana. Shyle, Human Cleric. It's a cleric, okay. It's newer than MH, but so it cannot be from Strixhaven. It's from the year, but it's newer than this. It does not fit. It almost fits. So it has to be from Crimson Vow or Crimson Vow Commander at the latest. Commander Collection Black? What the hell? Adventure is a normal creature, it's not legendary. Alright, legendary 2-drop creatures, bros. White black from those sets. Either Innistrad or Commander associated with it, or AFR. Isn't there a Silversky one from STX? There is, but it doesn't work. Jadar? Is it Jadar white black? Alright, if it's from Commander, then I am justified in searching. I have this card. It's a version of the Will the Wise. I have this card. I opened it in a booster. Vernog, Raiders Chapline. Enters or leaves the battlefield. Each opponent may investigate. Each opponent who doesn't loses 1 life. You investigate X times, where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who invested. I wish. Sure. I wish there was an option to downvote the proposed card today. To say I did not like that, or when we got the common from Legends, some priests I didn't like that either. Well, now I suddenly feel a desire to build a commander deck around will the want. So, anything else, or can we begin playing? As you might notice, I have talked about this deck with Jendrik yesterday, and this is the reason as to why my sideboard now contains 1 copy of Snapcaster Mage. Because it is allegedly very good in the mirror. Also, a second Spencer. That's like actually interesting. Not mismatching considers. I don't want. You should try for the DRC version. I should, yeah. Drop from the O3 League. And let's go. I have played with 1 snap in the main set of Borrower and was cool, smiley face. Yeah. Going to see some 41 2 weeks, okay. Some 41 on these. Actually, there is still one thing we could watch before we begin playing. It's Magic Spellslinger's official trailer. Shit, that's so loud. Do you know what Magic Spellslingers is? Well, you don't, but you will after you will watch this. Please play this, it's a mobile game. I did download it. And played through half the tutorial. Is this I person votes by Maro Bros? Because I assume it is not, but it kinda feels like it is. What was his plan exactly? What was Jace's plan exactly while doing this? Like a true mobile game, the trailer tells you nothing about the game. I mean, it is probably. You can see some gameplay here. You can see the funny faces they make. What's it on tablet? Steam too. Okay, not only mobile game. It's a bit like Storybook Brawl. It's like Magic simplified. Still declare attackers and your opponent declares blockers. So like the key feature was preserved, I guess, of like what makes Magic different the most from other games, I think. It's Hearthstone of Magic IP. Sure. Well, it is. It is Magic Spellslingers, if you want to be exact. 58% positive on Steam. Damn, that's a decent result. I mean, it's better than this was. But Arena runs on phones, so why does it exist? Yeah, I don't know. I did play Arena on phone, it did run for me. Will they have creativity? I could steal, but that seems worse than Shredder Bolt. Hope they won't have creativity. Could also play under Shredder and hold up Bolt. That's probably the best. Although if they attack, they can creativity X2, which means that I can't play around creativity in other ways than just passing, and I don't want to just pass because they get to attack. I think we can beat an Archon sometimes with the Unholy Eat. We misstepped. What if you share and not attack? I thought about that too, but they can still. Attack, make a treasure, and then connive, target the treasure. So, like, I would need to just keep the Archmage's Charm to play around creativity fully, which. So hopefully they won't have it. Okay, they didn't have creativity. Get to attack versus we potentially get a connive, which does not really matter. I will attack. Can have spell pierce too. So you do have 5 cards, which is a hefty amount. I'm afraid they will have the spell pierce. Nice draws, bro. Secretity deck actually broken? Was I mistaken? Misguided? Probably not. No, I played the both versions. The white version was definitely worse. The strain and mana base was too bad. I'm on the place. I wouldn't want to cut all the Ragavans. So what would I want to cut? I think the Brazo Borrower is pretty effective. Did I find the Shadow Vienna helpful? A bit. Maybe I don't cut down on spell snares. It is a Ren deck. But I will have the spell pierces anyways. And the spell snare is not useful in the counter wars. Can cut some. I guess I don't need some caster mage at all. It's got old border at Nimble Pilferer. And the other spell snare. Nice, you have a turn 1 Gavan. I was streaming Charm versus decks with 10 1 mana counters. I know, like, Trimming Charm is what people suggest in every matchup for any reason, but I just cast a card to draw 2 end of turn. Or at least that's my plan, but I guess to be fair, I'm not like the most successful at it ever, so. It also makes sense with Moon, but I have 1 Moon and I kept the Ragavans. By the way, the prices for NBL Modern are amazing, thanks. I think they're pretty amazing, but it's also very nice that Maquins has donated those 2 Force of Negations to increase the price pool. Very based. But I'm glad you like them, of course. O kurwa. Prawie eyelid cracking end of turn. I was thinking if the reason that I vibe more with Grixis than with Blue-Red for the most part is maybe the fact that when my opponent plays with their hand revealed, it is easier for me to play. So I enjoy the card Fotsies in that way. Use play peak. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. If that is the case, thoughts on Shadowless Shadow. I don't know what's a Shadowless Shadow, but Murktide doesn't work with splashes, so you would need to play. So I prefer to play Shadow as your threat, I think. If you can link the list, we can talk about it. 。 Blackleaf Cliffs. I don't think this card is better than this card in this deck. Which is my issue with this deck building. I meant the card I pointed over. That Croxa over. And then I pointed at Murktide Regent. You could replace the Murktide for some different top end. Sure, I mean you end up with Shadow, I think, this way. Which is fine. Murktide Regent specifically asks to play blue and then consider sidely and then stuff. No, it's just Croxa as a Delph card. That's powerful. One of blue red strengths that is a good Regent deck, exactly. And like black red mana based and discard based is not a good Regent deck, I believe. You target borrower, sure. Well, obviously, I guess. Punished for keeping the Ragavans. Omega Heart. Don't want to play one of them. I have the Shredder in play, so I think I would prefer to connive. If I ever get an opportunity. Oh, and it also has Synchronized. Paid actor? Why is my opponent a paid actor? Well, if they choose X3, that'll be tough for me, I guess. They do get to draw a card, though. I really need an iteration to do anything. Ah. Give me anything. Why no hit EOT on Kiki? Why hit EOT on Kiki? The card doesn't do anything. I think even on the play, the Ragavans are too bad to keep in this matchup. Like, just look at this person. How is my monkey getting through? Find out 8 life, yes. But I wanted to connive with the Unholy Heat, so that was a reason to do it. To wait on it. Draw EE lol, hopefully. Nie kurwa, chuja dobiorę, a powiem, zagra tego jebanego Archona, nie będę miał many nawet na kontrę. Nie będę miał kontry nawet żadnej. Chat, did I draw badly this game? I kept what? 8? I kept 6 cards, 4 lands, Shredder, Brazil, Borrower. I was medium keep, but at 6. I mean, they also had 5 lives, so maybe I can draw Lightning Bolt, kill them. Are we mulligan this hand? In another iteration, guess that was a problem. Also, I didn't draw anything. Well, I did draw my tempo counter spells, but only too late. I did draw two Ragavans, which was pretty key, I guess. Because I pondered boarding them out even on the play, and I boarded out one, right? And I drew two, and they were really bad. It was a Snapcaster Mage, Spell Snare, not much difference. Block, doesn't matter. 3, go to 5. Ironically, maybe it's a DRCs. Yeah, maybe. Bolts are on board, yeah. But I could draw them still and would be good. Good point out. I do think I vibe with DRC myself too. What's the reasoning? Well, some people don't play with them, so I'm not playing with them right now too. But I do feel like that's, I guess, not the first time. I played a few games already where it would feel like when I remove the DCRs, I just flood endlessly. We're going to win this game. We'll see. They'll need Veil of Summer. And then you can connive into an Unholy Heat still. No, I guess we don't have Delirium. Point with Dispute. Or do they fluster themselves? Oh, we get a connive. Okay. DRC is terrible, question mark. Wow. Is it? So I need to pay 2. No, I do win the Fluster War, yeah. Can play around the second Fluster, I think. How do I do that? I don't think I can. What? How do I play around the second Fluster? Yeah, keep 2 copies paying 2 mana. Well, I need to do that not only to play around the second Fluster, I need to do that to actually counter Transmogrify. So I guess that's like kind of apparent in that way. So now we pay for this, and I have 2 Flusters targeting this Transmogrify. And even a Connive too. Okay, I won this game still. There's sometimes like I play games of Magic the Gathering and it's just weird. You play cards and someone wins. But who is that? Who the hell knows? Let's have 2 bolts. Maybe spells on the draw for Ren. But they probably board out Explore for the counters. Most people, like most guides, say to do so, and then it's many targets. Well, there's plenty of mirrors and challenges still, but the DRC is tricky. Yeah, let's have a Snapcaster over the first bolt, that's true. Why Popper is not a good competitive format? I'll just say it's not. I don't know, I don't think anyone really claimed it is not. I don't like it, but I don't know. Anything besides that? 1 Blood Moon. Yes, there is 1 Blood Moon in my deck. Transmogrify KW, the worst card ever. Playing this one, I just couldn't stomach. Yeah, Dispute. 2 DRC, 2 Snare, 3 Shader is a perfect mix. I do agree. Maybe discard Tawara. Don't hate the Fluster extra. It's really hard for them to work through this. They draw a Fluster themselves. They'll play the Fable likely. Fable. No, 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 table. No, 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 you want it. Diru, 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 porumput. Saga o życie z Fable. 1, 2. So upkeep will bolt this. What if they fluster me then? With the fluster they have. I will feel weird jumply. I'll just bolt it sorcery speed then and forgo the possibility of a connive. Attack them for 1 with my 1 free flyer. But yeah, also Ledger Shredder is good, but it doesn't even feel that good in the mirror. It doesn't really matter to have the 4th one in the mirror. You play it in the mirror, it dies to removal most of the time. Or it is cumbersome to play because it costs 2 mana. Which is a very common. Tough one. Then you pay, what are they going to do? You're right, because this would be dead, they wouldn't have the treasure. Dice to removal argument, cringe. I think it's a pretty good argument. It's like... It's a so strong monster, but it's not ultimately groundbreaking for the most part. So I don't think it makes that big of a difference to have the 4th one versus the 3rd one. I mean, I don't think you should just jam it every time on turn 2. Yeah, because a 2 mana card is kind of hard to play it in other ways often. Should they keep consider to play with Fluster on their turn? I'm thinking to play the dragon and just attack them. And if you have 4 of those, then you're more often you need to play it on 2. Discard Steam Vents. I kind of want to have 4 lands to go Murktide Regent. Because I think I want to pierce that because it gives them extra mana. 2 Flusters, we should be able to counter their thing. So I would want to go drag on. Fluster. Kurwa no. Ja pierdolę. That is not what I meant to do. Okay, no dragon. Change of plans. Oh, bad. Oh my. In that case, I will cast a Consider, but I was like, shuffling the cards around. Well. Fetch Island, I think. Consider. No. You did well, Kanek. You would have died to removal. There is no removal in my point stack that kills the creature. And now I have like super reactive hand, but I don't deal that much damage, so I think it's worse for me than to play dragon with 2 Flusters here, obviously. Well, sure, Archon kills creatures too. Saved? Question mark? They have creativity and fluster though. Well, no, they have fluster. So if they cast creativity X1 on a thing, I retaliate with kinda die from cringe. So I don't think I actually play it. No. I would have played it on that previous turn, but now I think they have too many lands. Because the first fluster would make them tap out, the second would make them counter. The dragon also on this turn doesn't really speed up the clock to that extent. Four dwarfs gonna attack me. I might not be attacking and passing this turn. Well, double counter is a 2-turn clock, but they don't make double counter if they don't need to. I guess they copy a dwarf and they attack with two dwarfs. It's kinda... This blocking doesn't really do anything. If I attack for 2 and they fetch, I go to 6, then I can go bolt and connive with 6 damage exactly, so I could kill on the next turn if I attack on this turn. Can you mark now as the bolt counters creativity? So if they go x2, they have 2 mana left over. Then I fluster. I fluster my fluster. And I fluster the creativity again. So they had like fluster well creativity, but it's not that much. They have a fluster some for sure, we've seen from a bubble. Raz, dwa, trzy spells. So as long as they don't have a well, creativity x1, I can bolt the creature that they target. Then they fluster the bolt. Then I fluster the creativity. And this 1, 2, 3, 4 copies. That's 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So unless they would have creativity veil or transmogrify veil, then we should be fine. Well, the reason to rush is the fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of power here. And I'd have 10 life points. Oh, they have a fluster. Why not just bolt the Kiki and pass? Well, I'm not saying that I will not do that. I think it's interesting to bolt Kiki too, but that assumes that I will kill the dragon as I draw more lands, which makes sense too. I mean, I keep the same amount of interaction then though. So it doesn't really accomplish much.
He's a phenomenal control player.
So if I play the dragon and they have creativity x2, land well. Well, kind spell plus fluster is the same really. Well, if I attack and they don't have... If I attack and they don't do anything, they have the fluster to mess with my bolt, which it would be tough. So I can trigger a connive. Time is running out. I'll play the dragon because it's gonna kill them next turn, and we have protection unless... Unless opponent goes... unless opponent has Creativity Veil in the 2 unknown cards. Then I'm fine. I just hope to not... for them not to assemble that exactly.
He's a phenomenal control player.
They can go Creativity for 1 half Fluster Storm. Yeah, and I have Bold and Fluster, so I'm fine against that. They need Fluster and Veil to do something. No, Bolt and Kiki didn't play around Creativity well. It still lost to Creativity. It still lost to Creativity, and actually Veil doesn't even save them now. No, it does save them still. It didn't play around Creativity, Fluster, Veil, and we know they have Fluster. So if they choose X2, I can interact with my board, but they account for them playing a land? Maybe I didn't. I think it's really easy for them to Veil at the start of turn here if they had it. Yeah. To beat that, I would need to counterspell the Veil, and then I can Fluster the counterspell. Yeah, if they play the land, I guess that would be tough. So yeah, do you have Veil? Is the question. It's really only it. No! Okay, so we're not beating that. If passing it, we also were not beating that. I think we potentially were winning if I played my dragon. Instead of discarding it to connive accidentally. Why not? Because as Saul said, they can Veil at start of turn, and that checkmates me. I think. And also, I don't beat the board then, right? Which, like, many of you seem to ignore the fact. So I will count this as a half loss. Because of the Murktide discards. They already had like both Veil and Flash and Creativity. It also depends if they had Creativity Veil already back then, back when I had the Regent. And there was supposed to be a dragon there attacking, which unfortunately I misclicked on. What's the best deck in Modern Canister? It's clearly Blue-Red Murktide. If they value counterspell, they Creativity. Well, what if they Fluster my counterspell? Flaster counterspell, I flaster their flaster. Can pay for some, but it gets pretty messy, and I'm not sure what's the best shortcut to mentally process the fluster storm in a situation like this. I guess there's a bolt in my hand too. But the biggest thing is that I don't beat the board, I guess, which I said 7 times. What is the best NBL deck? I hope that is going to be determined during my tournament. But as I said, there was a board on my opponent's board that I was not beating too, but that Twitch chat conveniently ignores. A board where I was losing. If nothing happened from either players. I think you beat the board though. You have a blocker for a saga and take 6 across 3 turns. No, they copy a goblin, a dwarf, and they attack with 5 dwarfs. They take 4. Destroy dwarf. And with that plan of passing, I'm also supposed to bolt them to do stuff. But I do bolt them, right? And then I fluster my own bolt with the intention to pay. They can't just fluster the bolt. And then what? Then I just lose on the board. Maybe then I play Murktide Regent. The same deck again. Not interested. How do I have a 4-power creature? My creature was 2 power. Where do you get the 2 extra points of power? What are you talking about, bros? They go to 8. From 9? Fetch to 8. What? I do agree it's a tricky spot. It was a 4-6 because it grew from the 2 connives during the turn where we fought the counter battle. It was a 2-4 earlier. This is chatting as I speak. So the problem was with that I would think they would not do anything because they wouldn't need to do anything. Whoa. Well, she have connived away a spell. Because their board was beating mine, so they didn't need to engage in the battle if I pass with my full mana. Because they also see that the Ledger Shader is in play, don't they? And they have 5 creatures. So like yeah, I would win against a mind-slavered opponent. This is tough. It's gonna be tough to beat Ren. Not really. I guess we can find heat for it later. They had a free card hand. We knew the fluster, so they needed to have specific 2 cards and 3 cards with the line I have chosen. I think I'll pass awkwardly. I'm not sure if I would call it a fine spot, but it is a spot for sure. Just let them have 7 lands in hand. Wow, very loud. Plain.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you for the match, George. It is pretty tricky, so it's hard to say what you were supposed to do. Creativity X2 would be tougher against me. For me. But also, like, you know, it's 1 Ottawa in the deck. Are you supposed to think about that? Not really. Not quite. Rather, well, you are with the frequency of, like, 1 mana, one of. Think alliterate. My hand is too heavy. Yeah, if I bolt a Kiki Jiki, then I have no pressure whatsoever. I think it was a line that made sense. This Titan Shift deck started showing up. Do I think it is good? I don't know of any Titan Shift deck. I'll not play around Pierce. O ja pierdolę. Where lands? Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć. Ten lands. Minus 2 canals, 8 lands. In 35. No, in 36. $36. 8 successes. 40%. All right. It's really bad. It's like cascading effects for the rest of the game, but If we don't get to hit anything, I'll kill it with a unholy heat later. Which percentage would I need to play it? I don't know, but 40% is not it. Keeping the dwarf to block. What if I... Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. I could go 2 creativities. What if I dragon now? With a single counter spell, then I have 2. They could have 2 creativities at some point. I think the Ren has a shit ton of lands, maybe Archon. 7. Dragon kills in 2 attacks. They also might just not have 2 creativities. I can't like really pass.
He's a phenomenal
I
control
could pass
player.
and draw 2 maybe. Pass and draw 2 end of turn and I have 5 mana. Does not move me anywhere. Yeah, I think their hand seems weak from their moves. They're not doing anything. They were cracking the clues quickly. They have the Ren ticking. They plus the previous Ren was at 5. So they plus it 4 times. They get plus 4 lands. This deck seems so bad if you are not pressuring since turn 1, turn 2. Yeah. Like, if I had, for example, DRC in play, I could actually play the game reasonably. I don't know. I don't know how the people play this deck with no DRC. TBH, I think I just need to play... I don't know, what do I play 4 DRCs and just sideboard them? They have to, bro. This Poseidon Shelter Soul too bad in creativity? It's pretty bad. Oh, they have to. I think we need to connive Snare. It was a line I did not think about, but I probably should have. But if current build is not real to get Delirium, well, DRC gives Delirium itself. Willing to fucking Transmogrify, like the worst cringe lord. I shouldn't even scoop because I could blend, heat, kill it, and not die, but... How bad is really DRC game 1 in the mirror? Is it really? How do you get Delirium if your opponents make land, go and play it, and end of turn you cast Consider? I like East in this matchup. Well, no shit, bro. Like, thank you for this insight. I'll cut the Ragavans. They keep crab often enough, and even when I'm on the play, the dwarves just clog it always. It sucks a lot more versus 4 color, in my opinion, sure. Well, but that's people also say that, but I also don't quite grasp that because this does die to removal in very similar ways to DRC. Like, it's a bit hard, bit less convenient for them to ending, but it should balance out by how it is less convenient for you to deploy it. I don't know, I don't understand. Like, what makes it really so bad? It's the endurances, but the endurance is also, from my experience as the 4-color player, it is also a little bit of a myth. The strength of endurance versus DRC probably seems better from the other side, but in the mirror game one, like, I don't know, it's not really punished for it. Next league today, gonna play with 4 DRCs, bros, because I'm just over it. Because it feels like I'm constantly losing to my own threat being a 2 mana 1/3. Then I'm keeping up counters, I can't connive. And then I don't pressure. React Andy. Oh. Aua. This hurts. You will need some machine learning to know for sure. Bro, I need no machine learning to understand I'm dying to my creature being a 1/3 all the time. I need no machine to learn me that. The big thing for me is how much better iteration gets with DCR and Merc. Is at its best when iteration is the best current deck format. Yeah. It triggers some of them often. They'll play the Ren now, so no point in just keeping the snare anymore. I did play with 2 DRCs a little bit and they were fine for me often. I cut them after severe bullying from chat coming into from Blue Red's masterminds coming to the chat and bullying me for playing DRC because it's bad against all the meta decks. And then I play against creativity for the millionth time and I have no good cards, no ways to play a card that pressures them. Bro, name one deck where it's a good card. I don't know, like every deck. DRC looks great here. I don't have DRC. I think DRC is still good against 4-color blue-eyed living end. I agree. It's definitely awesome against those cascade decks where you can play this on the draw. No, I mean some people have tournament results, yeah. But the way I lose to the Murktide deck all the time is that I'm being pressured, and I often win when they don't pressure me. And the no DRC decks they fell to pressure. I don't know, maybe it's a playstyle thing too. Like this game, we played the drag on before they could do anything. Awesome. Instead of passing 3 turns anemically. It's also good versus Yawgmoth. Yeah, it's just good to play one drop. And this is like the argument I've heard, especially from Jendrik, is that DRC, but Jendrik is just built differently. He does not like to attack. To be fair, you mostly play decks that are weak to DRC. Yes, but even the decks that are not weak to DRC, to what extent are they DRC resistant? I don't think that much. And I will just board it out in the mirror. Simply. If that's what it takes. I always play 4 Murktide when playing without DRC. Sure. That's kinda counterproductive, but maybe a bit productive. As a so-called getting inbred, why not play 4 DRC in the sideboard? Because the card is better game ones. It's also better game one in the mirror than it is like bad. Like its badness is in game 2 of the mirror, not in game 1 of the mirror, really. So that's why I think I would do it this way. Land, 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 death. No, let me play the bubble. Why didn't I play the bubble? Just out of despair, I guess. Nice fetch land. I would like this one too. Who even set the max creature number for Murktide? Just naturally it happens. Like your creature's key of spells, so at some point you have too many creatures to pump there. So if you had DRC, could survive with bubble here through. Let's play one more match with this deck. But next league we play 4 DCRs. I kept. Yeah, I don't know. Bolt, snare, 2 shredders. Then rebuild the sideboard. Brazil. I think the Brazil is pretty decent and pretty big impact for the mirror. Brazil is Brazen Borrower, funny version of that name. Yorion Sky Nomad in the O2 bracket. No Shredder, Fotska, and one more Brazil Borrower. Well, then I would probably play 4 Murktides with Bobble, but I do think Shredder is very useful at times. It's Brazil cost the card that it's a stealing question mark. No, it is not based on some negative stereotypes of Brazilian people you have. It is based around the fact that Brazen and Brazil share 4 letters, which is a lot. Making the words somewhat similar. I'll have Delirium somewhat easily. This time Raveler. And they don't have anything to bounce, so... I think second Monkey is better than second Shredder. And Murktide. Hey Canister MTG. We have a nice qualifier in our store next month. Still don't know which deck to play. Half of the players are probably unknown because they come from more far away. I have to choose between Lee, Rhinos, Glimpse, Sniff, Humans. I'll play Living End out of those. I feel like Shredder is decent when JTMS would be spectacular. And bad but playable when JTMS is bad. Tapping this deck miss Brainstorm, Slash Season, Pyromancer, good effects. I mean, I think DRC makes you top deck perfect, so it's pretty decent at doing that. Can build my mana with Monkey Dashes. Can hit some nice cards from their deck. Could also iterate, but don't feel like there is need to. Needle is a little bit poor against Yogmo, against Hammer, I feel like. Do I cast this? They didn't have it a fairy. They would have played it a fairy. Which is the punish. They might play an Omnath, to which I will probably be fine. We don't have any elementals in the deck, right? Do we? I think I want to cycle Bubble. Traverse the Ulvenwald, sure. So you can traverse for the ferry. Just a problem. Instant for my Delirium, good. I recall pre-consider. Ooh, Cavern of Souls, nice. The deck was super aggro, and ever since we've been trying to get bigger for Folklore Mirror. Maybe it's the wrong direction. I do feel like it is the wrong direction. Ooh, they had the ferry? Where from? En Cavernos. Where is Sneaky Tefari? I want to hit land drop. I think there's low value in dashing. I don't want to dash, it's kind of wasteful. So I could iterate for the land. Play the monkey probably even. Kill this with bolt. So I think we do this for the land drop. I want 2 canals. I kind of stink. Nice land drop, thanks. I mean, it is. So I don't even know if I killed the Teferi now. Might as well do it next turn so they won't be able to play a new one for for extra value. Don't want more counter spell into this. They could also bolt them for 9, they would go to 7. Sounds good. Why would you spend a card to kill the fairy when you can just dash? Because I could also spend a card over dashing and then I get to hit my land drop, which... Should we just didn't we want to bolt the fairy be able to hit Omnath? No? I didn't. It was a consideration. Why do we play blue-red? I think I should have bolted this and then played this 8-8. I did want to play this, yes. Cavern of Souls is unfair. Well, this is unfair right now. That's why I play it in the Titan deck. You see, here JTMS would be insane. I meant just like spots. I mean, I think a 2 mana card is much cheaper than a 4 mana card too. But it is true that JTMS would be a powerful effect here. Chooses Bird for Cavern of Souls. Reap. Bro. Kurwa furia, ja pierdolę. Co on zrobi z tym gównem? Guess you counter it. How? I guess I do counter it, yeah. That's how I counter it. Bounce Shredder can't. It cast 2 iterations this game. That was too few, too little. Ouch. Some ephemerate says. Okay. Well. No juice auslag. What? What's auslag? Where's a Fury spammer? You want spells against their deck? They have red and that's kinda only it. They don't play iteration, they play another spell. It's pretty bad. Brazil is not so good against LMLS. Dispute is pretty powerful. Spell Pierce against Ren. I wanna play. Blue red bad deck, it's terrible, worst deck ever. It's the elemental man, I could have dress downs. This is a Prison Reef deck. They just tougher. I can cut all the bolts. Then I have a 60 card deck. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Should bring dress down in right, spacebar question mark. It is unclear. I don't like, because it doesn't, well, maybe it's better than counterspell, but cut 1 to 2 Murktide. I think I would want to be able to win, but it is tricky. Let's put back the worst card in the deck on the bottom of the deck. I've been advised to bring hairs to fight off Delirium variants. Okay, let's try land. Land. Let's consider into a land. Land. Oh, they can't land because it's a hallowed fountain. If I paid attention to the game, I would have played a second Ragavan then. Why do you think that Folklore has this much success in US SRCQs? Because they suck at playing the game. They play blue red like I do, and then they like beat all the blue reds, and they also, I don't know. It's really strong in paper, TBH. No, DLC finds lands. And 4-color is a relatively strong deck that's getting better. Like, as people move away from the meme elementals versions, which are absolutely unfathomable to play, the ones that people play recently, I think, are actually pretty respectable. Like Modern Challenge, second place by Gul Dukat. This is actually a pretty good list, I think. Just one endurance, no like beating your bush around with the traverses, which I think are fine. No random meme expensive cards, except for the one Emrakul, which is high returns for one slot with the traverses. Traverse for Boseju available. I think just wouldn't play 2 triumphs in this, and then it would be perfect versions of that. And then also plays 4 Well of Summers base, plays 3 Fluster Storms base. So I think this is a better deck. Let's get Island because I play the card Blood Moon. Not even 1 Cavern. 4 Expressive Iteration, 4 Counterspell. I think Cavern is maybe excusable as a sideboard card, but the Cavern is just too bad. There's not enough. Like, Risen Reef is not a good elemental, not a good card. It's still lost in the finals to Calibrated Blast, that's true. Omnath. I have Counterspell. I also have the Treasure. I could consider for a land. But is that even good for me to consider for a land? Maybe it is not. Because maybe I don't want to transform it into a land. Why am I fixed on blue-red now? Well, I just want to play this deck properly for a bunch of times. I did not play it enough for a long time to have really an informed opinion, and this is like the most popular, most played, and frankly one of the more complicated decks in the format, so no, I have not started playing properly yet. No. Good point. Did they have a fetch enchanted with abundant? 4 card types. They could find Cavern from this, and then it will be pointless, and does trade for a good card, but not for the mana. TBH, I got quite a lot of bad matchups yesterday. Sure. Dash into iteration? That seems terrible. I think it seems bad to dash here. Overall. That's super bad because you don't have mana for this. I think I will just cast iteration. Interesting. I think I would prefer the Charmer than the Regent. Say 2 for 1. +75% match versus Delver with his Uro deck. Proven. And played 5 matches against Rich Kali. Was that the proof? Why do I think Focal is stronger in paper, as you said? I said that's because Americans suck at playing the game, but that's not really a strong theory, so... it's a better paper deck than it is online. I wrote an entire article about it. Maybe you want to give it a read. I think you also probably read it. And then here I lay all of my thoughts. So I will just need to reiterate what is being said here. I guess that doesn't really explain that question fully, maybe. That you have, but... What do you think of Bubble and 4 color? I really like it. I think its base makes the deck smaller. And the deck is pretty bad for being a big deck. Don't think I'm really into Unholy Heat. Meme hairs. I guess I didn't really say paper versus online, and just online level of play is, I think, generally a bit higher than paper level of play in tournaments. Just the nature of Magic Online, like requiring a higher level of investment to really be able to start playing, right? To be there. Might not crack the fetch. When I say paper, what tournament level do I mean?
Control player.
Would
Whatever
it be
one.
alright with you if I ask you to sign a Primeval Titan for me in Copenhagen?
Sure. Just come up to me, say, hey, I don't know, introduce yourself. Say, I watch your stream. Would you mind signing my Primal Titan? I will say, sure. But bring a Sharpie. Is it worthy to play straight up control Grixis? Worthy? Maybe. I mean, what do you want to achieve? I might have maybe wanted to dash. Oh no. Fucking ephemerates, yeah. So bad. So bad. Should have dashed. I had 2 monkeys. I think that full color scales better with... I think blue-red scales better with player skill. Yeah, cracking bubble on my turn also gave me the card immediately, so I was fine with that. So blue-red scales better with skill than full color. And the average level of investment of a mono player into the game, into playing the game well, is higher. I think being able to play multiple lands each turn as it is in paper with Omnav deck matters a lot, really. Interesting. Co tam masz, byku? Furia, no świetnie. Yeah, we fetch. I guess still XL fetches. What turn is it to explore exactly? Good draw. Opponent's stack is looking so bad this game, even though I ran into the ephemerate like an idiot. Should I have blocked with the hairs? Keep Furies against me. No cavern seems like this is much easier to navigate. Yes, which is why the cavern plan is medium, because it just works really well when you have the cavern, but not when you don't. Well, simple, right? Why Counter Fury asking so that I have lethal damages when I attack my next turn? Nice, nice Supreme Verdict. Oh no, I didn't dash my monkey, I forgot. Volt is okay against Fury to an extent. I already have 4 heats though. I don't know, like the dress down. It is a high variance matchup if you keep the counter spell. I think I'd rather have spell beat because of the fairy. Board out hairs. Why? And you can have the dress down if you think it's better on the draw. or something. Yeah, the spells are for the Ren only. It's so rough though. Because they literally have 4 2-drops in 80 cards. They don't play Eladrami, they play Traverse. That's why I have the... That's why I have the Hairs. Because they have Traverse. And not the Eladrami, so there's no 2-drops to counter. But if I bought out Hairs, then they don't have endings for Hairs. They can't pay free for ending, they probably won't. I've seen multiple people play call plus traverse. My point has no call. I am willing to bet 1,000 basic lands on that. Don't want dress down? Not really. Like, is it? Like, is it really a good exchange when you dress down their elemental? They keep the elemental. I just bring one because people do and people advise to. But to do that, we need to cut unlicensers. Read Dragon, because they have Verdicts, Dragon weaker. Alright, 61 with the dress down for testing. But it seems like, well, I was never impressed by that when I was playing as 4-color. The dress down, like, sure, bro. They so often they just awkwardly cycle it. There were borderless mystical archive bolts, question mark. Yes. I remember Spider Space blew you out with dress down multiple times. Well, good that you remember it because I don't. I don't want to cut dress downs, I just don't want to sideboard them in the matchup. So many monkeys, I could play one on the chance that they don't have Ren, or that I just kill the Ren. I don't care to keep 3 monkeys in hand, so I think I'll just play it. Spider Space? You think so strong? Okay, I'll point this. See, dress down the 61st card. I'm not drawing any lands, so definitely playing out the monkey. Can get the fairy, of course, but
He's
My
a
opponent
phenomenal
continues to play
control
cards,
player.
so I'll scoop. So we continue our adventure, one freeing. There was a misclick in one of the matches, which I think lost me the game, but we're going to switch to UURR, DRC. Move the snare to the sideboard. Add 4 DRCs, cut 2 ledger shaders, cut a lightning bolt. Cut the snapcaster. Playing only one moon is a mistake in my opinion, sure. Moon is a card I struggle with too, I don't know what to do with it ever, and never seems particularly useful. It's also pretty terrible against the 4 color decks that don't run Cavern. It is helpful against those that do run Cavern, but it's pretty crucial even against those that do run Cavern, but also not even always. They just fail to draw that Cavern often. So if you have a strong enough mind to accept that if your opponent plays the shitty Risen Reefs and wants to play like that very high variance game against you, then you're fine. If I had a functioning draw in game 3, I think my opponent would just die. But, you know, like if had I drawn like a second land for the Ragavan to back this with the spell pierce, my opponent was already dead. No game for them, right? Less Shatters means change Crypt for Relic. What? Why would I want to do that? I played a Crypt because they 0 mana card versus Living and Hate card. Functions great in that role. Relic would hate my own DCRs. What do I bring Brazil Borrower in for? To bounce Murktide region. Not sure if the second one is as base. I think the first one is pretty okay. I did play against Creativity 6 times in the past 2 days, and I most often
He's a
lost.
phenomenal control
And
player.
I think this card is what makes difference in here. Crypt over Relic makes dispute significantly better against Living End since you can use it early on to protect a relevant card. Sure. In other words, it's pretty good at. It's good because it's 0 mana. In other words. Is Living in a favorable matchup? Yes. DCR is a pretty base card in the matchup. As you will witness now. I guess you will not witness DCR, but you will witness Ravagan. Oh. Actually not. Unless they cycle a monstrous Carabid. No? Canister wildly free balls. I don't know, but that's actually the type of a question that makes me think with anger. Like, what makes you believe that the default state that I am... The default path that I'm straying away from is to play 4 Lightning Bolt. Playing 7 removal spells in my deck, like that's how many I have found space for when building this deck. Simple. There's no law to play 4 balls. There's not even necessarily a humongous incentive to play 4 balls. Exactly. Crypto space because it's so good with iteration. That is one of the upsides, yes. It's very nice to hit off the iteration. Well, I guess I'll pass. What are your thoughts on playing Jason side? You can do it. It's been poor for me every time I played it. But I understand the allure of it and the appeal. I think the appeal is just extremely narrow. Where are the bolt when we need them? Discarded by Fotsies. They play Liliana. Even then, it's fine. Just better do it now so they have less surveils. Sure. But why would they kill their own creature? Here is the bolt. The appeal is that it is extremely satisfying to brainstorm every turn. The rare time it sticks, yeah. I also talked with Yenring about Jace like a few times at a few different occasions, and he tends to say that, oh yeah, my Jaces just survive. I don't know why yours don't, and I play him. And he's like plays out a Jace to unsummon and it gets Ragavan Dash dice like 3 times in a row when we actually play the matchup. Is it Tenacious D banned? It's not banned, but it is very cringe. So I don't know, maybe he's just survive against a median player, something like that. But it's me being a below median player of those decks. We will probably trade. They have 9 life. Yes, Jace is pretty poor against those other decks, but I'm not even sure of its powerfulness. Like, especially my most of my bad experiences were in the mirror, but I think Jace is fine for full color. Blue-eyed I always find extremely comfy to play. Interesting, didn't block. So I have 1 card, raz, 2, 3, 4 spells.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Canipoggers Cani Tofu.
Kill the dragon, bro. How is your URR going today? 0-3 so far with no DRC lists. But I misclicked once, so it is 0.5 dash 2.5 in reality. Copium. Free life. What are you playing? Sure. You're dead on board. Regardless of what you draw, friend. This is the most efficient deck of Modern. Yes, but that's a pretty meaningless question, I think. I think Shadow is more efficient, sure. Well, if you play DRCs, then the same thing. If you don't play DRCs, then it's not efficient. I think it is because everyone knows how to play against this deck, so when you start playing it, you are going to be a bit worse than you should be. Yeah, that's certainly a factor too. It's not I never played Blue-Red. Thank you for the sub, Padital. It's not I never played Blue-Red in the past. I did play little of it, but uh, I know this deck makes sense to me when I have creatures to attack my opponent. It does not make sense to me when I don't have creatures to attack my opponent. So we're playing as John's. Tarmogoyf was in their deck. Ren likely and Terminate too. So let's have Spellsnares. Brazil seems terrible. They have Tarmogoyf, DCR. Harris, that's not super great against those effects. Maybe they have Heat. Maybe they have Endurance. I could Blood Moon, but they're gonna fetch a Swamp and have Ragavan and Swamp, so don't like it. Sprouting 3 next would be tough to deal with. Hopefully they don't have it. Spell piece against the discard deck, counter spell against the discard deck. They play. I guess they also have Seasoned Pyro. Can have the Airs also matters. Subtlety is like value card in top deck situations. Counterspell is kinda bad, but not too bad. Explosives is kinda bad. Don't want to explode 1-drops. Explode 2-drops. No great need for doing so. Have a subtlety over a Monk of Counterspell. That's what I'm gonna do. Awesome hand. Well, I doubt the monkey. Unless I subtly the monkey, which I don't want to do. Maybe they won't have the monkey though. I guess I play Shadow likely too. It's actually John Shadow deck. Do I try the banned Coco from Spike's list? No, I don't care for Spike's mediocre decks. I have no interest in trying them. It's not even a type of a deck that I would really enjoy. It's actually antithesis of a deck that I would really enjoy. So, what would make me want to try it? I also feel like a second-hand store where you go and like you can buy used content, and I'll be like, yeah, see here is the like Spike restreaming service. I'm playing his Bruce when he's sleeping. Have I seen the new creativity agent of treachery deck site has been talking about? Unfortunately, I did, yes. I think it's terrible. And I don't trust his like posting. I tried at list testing for the monks. How was it? Liliana. No, I have subtlety. I could have subtlety this. I creativity free agents and got well. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. That is something that can happen. Creativity into a 2/3. I still land. Points like, oh, okay. Would you have subtlety the Liliana? I'm not actually so sure. It's also just a 2/3 creature. And you go like 4 mana. You can play mind control in modern for 4 mana, right? You can just do that. Is it legal? Well, what's the 4 mana one? Control magic. It wasn't Modern Horizons, right? No, it wasn't. Okay. I'm sorry. Awkward situation all around. Was Agent of Treachery in the same set as Veil of Summer? It's interesting that it actually became a good card ever. I guess Veil was banned in standard like quickly. When did I last time play Grinding Station? A long time ago. I subtlety this, I achieved nothing, so subtlety shining. But I meant to board it as a 4-drop in this matchup. Seems pretty bad. I'll cut it for a counter spell, I think. Maybe I will have an EE for the shadow, but I play 1-drops too, so it is kinda bad. Standard reanimation spells. What reanimation spells? They have varied costs on cards. Let's just have the counter spell on the play. I can beat the card Death Shadow in numerous ways. When is inbreeding correct? Ever, chat? When is there a single instance when it is correct to only care for the mirror match? I'll wobble. It's kind of tricky in those spots because it's not really like I'm looking for something very actively. This seems okay to me with how my hand looks. I'll bolt 1-drop, play hairs, then have the free drop. End of turn, 3 trafing, nice. When you want to seem to be the better player, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If you wanna win the mirror, go full Skiza and play Breeding Pool with Veil in the board. You can still extremely easily die to the dragon. You're gonna have your Veil, they play a dragon, who wins that fight? I think land number 3 is more valuable. Just play Pyroblast, haha, it's not Legacy, bro. It's not legal. But I think it is very rare that inbreeding an archetype is so good. The folklore decks became so much worse when people started target for each other and then also a target for them too at the same time. While they targeted for each other. It was so bad for them. Last 03, yeah, I mean, it is how it is. Help! My opponent is losing all their life points. I'm afraid they will play Mandrills. I guess more realistically they can play Ren. I probably should have cut Spell Snare for this game because they did not appear to present many Spell Snareable cards. Although Terminate is probably in their deck. Tugbolt. Interesting. I played the weaker creature. Since they're holding mana, they could go end of turn remove onto Liliana. So I don't want to that happen to my dragon. I prefer that to happen to my Shredder. You also grow the hairs to 8 and then it's just gonna attack them and for lethal damage. Which the Murktides can crew even if I delve away non-spells. It's pretty funny when you think about it. Murktide region, a dragon jumps into a unlicensed hairs and just goes vroom, 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 vroom. They have mana up, so I will just be waiting. Or dog ears differently. I don't think I could have exiled my own cards. I did not exile any cards on any turn. It's turn 5. So I tapped my hairs 3 times so far. So I have max amount of cards. Didn't want the charm. I couldn't have possibly cast it in a reasonable time frame. Maybe discard regions, okay, but not behind the wheels, bros. Did you need to cast it in a reasonable time frame though? I think I would benefit more from a land to be able to go. Wait, Regent spell center, but I already cast a spell center. I would benefit more from a second counter spell. We can. I probably should have played small dragon and big dragon on the same turn. Full like spend my graveyard. Why counter that card? It doesn't do anything. How does it not do anything? I mean, because I have Leaf of the Hairs, but what if they have 2 pushes? No, they won't have 2 pushes, they would have pushed. Yeah. It's not that it doesn't do anything, but it does not do anything provided that they don't play effective cards afterwards. So, like, I don't know, I didn't have 100% confidence that they will only play 1 card for me to counter afterwards. But I understand your point of view. But also, I was ahead enough that I can't lose, so let's not like turn it into I lose fuck up type situation. I'll take a bathroom break. I'll be in a few minutes back. I'll be back in a few minutes. Also, I'm curious. Destroy artifact. Red, legal, modern. Damn, crash is interesting. Is detonate modern legal? Damn, nice card. They take 2. Reckless airstrike. If it was an instant, I would play it. You. I think you could play one upgrade and not feel too bad about it. How do I have to sequence the exile with hairs if someone plays Snapcaster? Well, they target the card in the graveyard and then you exile it. What matchup is the upgrade for? It's for the hairs. It's pretty bad. But I think if you had one like incidental artifact shatter, I would board the upgrade versus hammer, yes. Rockabye, baby, rockabye. Snapcaster Mage has a triggered ability which says when Snapcaster Mage enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. You would want for your opponent not to flashback that card. So what you do is you tap your hairs and click that card when the enters the battlefield triggered ability from Snapcaster Mage is on the stack. Therefore, fizzling the Snapcaster Mage's ability as the target is gone. You don't wait for them to cast it. Going to Bolt Face. Bro, you're so smart for this Boros Charm timing. I can't have more spells in my graveyard, so I might as well play the DRC alongside my Regent. It's kinda weak against Searing Blaze, maybe. Yeah, I am planning on bolting them. I would also want an extra land to keep up 2 counter spells, but it's not extremely vital. I think I'll keep it. It was actually pretty smart timing, it was, but also like I just was snarky because my opponent's playing burn. Like, I think that's understandable, right? Because I see how my opponent fetched extremely quickly to play that Boros Charm, and like as if they felt great about themselves. Which maybe they did, and maybe they have a reason to. They did play well, in fact. That was a good timing for the Boros Charm, I think. Although if Spell Snare's existence may end of turn is not much worse than it. Hmm. Well, I mean, I guess I want to hit Delirium, and I'm likely to hit Delirium if I counter spell, and I won't die. Unless to land 3 bolts. And even if I don't hit Delirium, I have 8 power that kills them, so seems pretty apparent. Damn, I'm so glad I had DCR in this matchup. Now against Baron, we're going to board in Spellsnare, Spellsnare, Fluster, Fluster. Do I actually want 7 removals? It's a lot, I probably do. Excellent gameplay makes you want to sub, losing Baron players lose. Well then, you picked a wrong channel. I guess iteration, yeah, you can cut iteration, don't need the iteration, and then something else. I consider it's kinda bad too to cast against Eidolon and in general. Maybe just cut 3 iterations though, because like it's Baron. Maybe that's why they're not sub, probably. That does explain it fully.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Chuck Mozdoroshay, thank you very much. Triplex,
He's a
17
phenomenal
YouTube.
control player.
Unfortunately, we don't have the Baron Hate card in my opening hand, which is name of which is Spirebluff Canal, and I think you could argue that this hand could be mulliganed because there is no removal, but I can try to trade the monkey for the Goblin Guide. I will die on the spot to Eidolon, so I don't know. Will you keep chat? It is a bit of a interesting one. Kanye, you had 450 subs not long ago, strong momentum. Yes, in huge parts thanks to you gifting 100 at some point. Hitting the 24-hour stream sub goal, and then a bunch of people kinda kept being there. It was very nice. We can dash, maybe hit removal. No canal, no bolt, no Murktide, probably a mulligan. Probably on the draw it was supposed to be a mulligan. Is total subs the total for the year or all of the subs? It is the update, continuously updating amount of people who are subscribed the channel right now. If I dash for bolt, I don't really have much though. Maybe I just play, but I have to go to 8. Maybe straight plus snare. This is high roll. Path to exile.
He's a phenomenal control player.
1 million subscribers, here we come. Bakuvania, 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 Bakuvania.
1 million, let's go. Chief amongst them, Durset 4. Trade and snare would have worked out better. Probably, even though I hit the path. Path was actually like kinda... Well, it was not an unlucky hit, but it was a little bit of a weak one. Who let the dogs out? Actually, I would make my creatures indestructible. Wow, 4 Boros Charm. But we are at -3, so it really doesn't matter. It could be 4 balls. Yeah, the path. Kind of bad here. This seems like a keep. We have the hate card, we have the regent, we have a
He's a
removal for a
phenomenal
creature.
control player.
Not a great hand, but a
Mr.
fine one.
Streamer provides good content.
Thank you, I'm glad that you think the content is good. Lightning Bolt is a tricky one on top. I mean, they easily can have 2 creatures. Like most likely they will play creature turn 1. They don't play creature, do I bold face? Probably not, because Eidolon ×2 could be a thing. Yeah, I really don't want to play the fetch don't really want to fetch shock. My opponent is playing 5 head chess with their Swift Spear. Painless. It's pretty tricky. They'll fetch Steam when stopped. What do I do? Can play a 4/4 dragon, which is honestly not terrible. I could pass with charm. Probably draw 2 rather than counter Rift Bolt. I think I'll fetch a tap land for sure. Okay, that's nice. Six. They can Rift Bolt and Searing Blaze, but that is 2 cards spent, 1.5 cards spent. If they even can do that. Okay. Sure. They play Eidolon. If I spend my bolt, I can die to it. So I think I will Charm Steel. Just iterate. I'll probably pass with the Charm. Oh shit. My Goblin Guide. That worked out very nicely. Great work. Emotes are being delivered to supporters. Damn, bros. Very nice work indeed. I don't attack, they have 2 lands, missed land drops. Don't want to make them draw cards. Doesn't make sense to me. I have 14 lives, Spell Pierce, I will live for a long time. Now in the end step, when the prowess trigger wears off of the Monastery Swift Spear, it's gonna die. That's how it works, right? It actually doesn't work like that. I pulled your collective leg. It's a bolt unspent on... Let's keep the DCR. I'm gonna have Delirium with the thing. I have 1 card. On my turn I will irritate, Lightning Bolt. Have an answer to Eidolon. Tricky because I don't have a land guaranteed, but I'll hit one. And bottom, Exila. Maybe another DCR is better. So they don't die to removal on DCR and never drawing anything. And clock them faster, probably. Maybe, I don't know. Flasher dies at some point, right? Yeah, I would rather have a DCR in hand now. Why are you taking 2 damage to keep a Fluster Storm from 11 to 9? That seems like a very important breakpoint. You have 16 lives, so I need to attack them to 13 and then 3 more times to kill them. I don't think so. I think we can speed the clock up in different ways. Like a bolt is a better time walk. Dragon is a better time walk. Why'd I have to think on the second one? See, playing with DCR, you just draw, you just Vampiric Tutor every turn. For the price of what? Of the fact that Prismatic Endings will have a target against your deck sometimes? Bold Face in response to Eidolon? Doesn't matter. Why would you want to lose 2 life every time versus burn through? Maybe DCR is better than Ragavan after all. I think it isn't, but I think this is a strong card. The power of which is a little bit memified, like rather misrepresenting the power level of which has been memified. It's a card with downsides. It's a 1-drop. It is just because Ragavan has spoiled all of us bros. So now we can't even play like a normal, obscenely powerful 1-drop without demanding more. I think the Merc players on 0 DRC are coping hard. It might be a playstyle difference too, but for me, just the deck doesn't function. Over 2 days, I had 1 DRC, then 0. I went how much? Two nine. Just impressive in its own way. It's almost like the weekend with Yorion. Do we keep bolt or heat? Doesn't really matter against Hammer. This between like 4 and 6, that can be a construct maybe, but bolt can face. Last 3 tournaments, I am 15-3 without DRCs, exactly. What would happen if you play the DRCs too? Let's play Dragon next turn. But yeah, it is a playstyle difference. It's a playstyle difference that does not flow with me whatsoever. Byku, uspokój się, Sentinel. This is a type of a game that I feel like I can win. Like a game where I also want to play, but you know, like high pressure. Right now I have 4 DRCs. 4 DRCs, 2 Shredder, 2 Free Dragon. It's different matchups also, yeah, for sure. But because it is different matchups, it makes no sense to me to exactly because it is different matchups, it makes little sense to me to just play 4 of those. Good draw. Why iterate even? Is it a good draw? They have another one. The thing is that I am highly skeptical of the effectiveness of endurance against DCR, which maybe I am wrong about. And it is actually super great, but it is a free mana card that has only one good job in the matchup. It is to answer your 1-drops, and that is not really like that big of a thing. It is free mana and you have to flash it in for that ambush block to happen against a deck with counter spells. So it can be countered, it can be heated in response to the trigger. On top of that, the graveyard hate aspect. Yes, endurance hates on the graveyard. But does that mean that you don't want to use the graveyard, or does that mean that you want to use the DRC's greater capabilities of fueling the graveyard? Like, I agree that it's a pairing with the endurance escapes victorious, but the extent is what I'm doubtful about. Yeah, well, I understand you don't want to be using the counter spell, but you can also use heat. Fine. Well, I'm speaking from my experience as the player who has been playing endurance with that role for a long time. At some point, maybe wrongfully, I just stopped even bringing it at all. Where countless times the endurance was either too late, well, my opponent has already sculpted their draw because they had the DRCs going on, which I didn't want to kill with a removal spell. Because I had the endurance to ambush them after all. And the Yorion deck typically has no pressure, so like the DRC helps to scope the situation. Yeah, I agree. From Jogmoth, it is better. So I assume they have a hammer, but I don't think I can beat a hammer. Okay, so if I block the Memnite with Shadow Spear and hammer the Memnite number unequipped, I kill the Memnite. I think they wanted... no, they don't necessarily have a hammer. I think they don't have a hammer, they just... They just have... They just want not to die to Ledger Shredder, Chum blocking the Colossus Hammer creature. And they're also playing against Brazen Borrower too. Yeah, so they don't have a hammer. They want not to die to Regent Bolt Bolt, so that's why they got the Shadow Spear equipped the Memnite, and they also are playing around Brazen Borrower. If they know my hand and they have no hammer, this is a play that it makes sense for them to do. So I think I should block this way, but I should bounce before combat. Sorry for that. I'm pretty sure they have hammer. Yeah, I think it is extremely hard for me to defeat hammer though. So I'm going to construct a scenario where I can actually win, which includes them not having hammer. Because there was a situation where it made logical sense for them not to have a hammer. This is interesting. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to kill this and this lives. I need to connive of the top. So a 1 mana spell. Will help me win. They didn't replay the Memnite. I thought they had equipped assist on the unblocked Memnite. Well, then it would have been bounced back to their hand, which would be pointless. Well, this is an awkward situation. Because their creature will be Shadow Speared, and it's gonna have +1 toughness and power. The Memnite is also just as threatening as Nettle Cyst is. They didn't equip. Nettle Cyst has 2 triggers when it enters with Sigarda's Aid on the battlefield. They did target with Sigarda's Aid, which would have equipped, but I don't even need to top deck Charm. If I counter this and I have no other creatures, I can double block this. Yeah, it doesn't even matter in what way you would stack the Living End and Sigarda's Aid abilities. Interesting. So now a 1 mana spell kills them again. If we connive a spell, that is, which is not guaranteed. This has no flying, right? This has flying, this has flying, so this is 12, yeah, okay. Yes, I was talking about the endurance out of Yorion, because that is where my endurance of Yorion comes from. And in Yawgmoth, in a deck that produces more pressure, it is a better strategy. In a deck that can pressure your life points and can pressure your plays more so, it is a better strategy. Although I am sure that Endurance still runs into the same set of problems often in the matchup. Was it a mistake for opponent not to swing? I think I would have attacked in there if I was them, yes. The issue is endurance out of living in rhinos mainly, in my opinion, in Yogg. Sure. With those I have less experience, but it's 3 mana still. So I don't know, I just don't fear that. Maybe I need that to happen to me to fear, but I just don't. Play Memnice on the draw. People do Cyber Endurance as living ends. I personally never found that effective and I don't. But people do. So you have to expect that to happen to you. I personally always hated that strategy as it is diverting from your already extremely stretched post-board plan in Living End, where your opponent is attacking you on different angles and you can cast your endurance and block, but you will never win the game with the endurance beatdowns, I think. Which then poses a question. Why do that? Shredder is kinda broken versus Jogmoth. I agree. Maybe I'll play 3 Shredders and 3 DRCs in the end to satiate the hungers, but Blood Moon if it was blue-white or black-white, but not against mono-white hammer, right? On the play at best. But even then, I'm not sure if it's actually helpful for winning. But on the play, yeah. Yeah, 3 of Murktide sounds good. Why do they attack? Okay, they have the +2/+2 combat trick. Maybe bold. It can be hard for Living End to resolve its namesake card versus Blue-Red. That's why some good Living End players like bringing Endurance as a way to improve their plan B. Some good players, unlike you, Canister, you dimwit. So, is it easier to resolve the living end with an endurance in your hand or without it, with some other card that contributes or cycles? They grabbed Colossus Hammer. And it is also built around the wrongful assumption that prolonging the game in the living end versus blue-red matchup favors you, which I find not to be the case. As blue-red is a deck with countries that actually filter and finds the counter magic that eventually lock the Murktide player. They have blacksmith scales, so no point in tapping out and taking 2 to play hold up the trick. Anti-trick. I think I don't want to attack either now. So obviously the plan of holding your OG needle, I just exploded. What the hell? Not cool, bro. That is not to say that the endurance plan has 0% win rate. in the matchup. But I think it has a low win rate. Comparatively to not doing that. Lower win rate than not doing that. Overall. Which gets muddy with all the leveling you could think of. O kurwa. Oops. Yeah, especially with Shredder now, there is a blocker that the endurance will slow down the game, but it will not actually achieve anything. I played Shadow at the Showcase, which has a similar plan to Blue Red. Cut my removal and double endurance plus phone to protect it. Was enough to beat my multiple cheat counters hand. I think that also happened versus Blue Red. That's why I said his experience, which I don't have enough. Again, didn't mean to throw shade nor saying that is right or wrong. Yeah, I did joke. So, I think it is a strategy, but I think it's a subpar one. That is what I think. That plan gets absolutely blanked by a single Death Shadow ready to block. Which means it's a very high variance plan. Oj, no i co ja mam zrobić teraz, co? Co ja mam zrobić? Also gonna grow with the Ink Moth. A 3 mana, so I can Spell Pierce that. I don't know last card now. But we know this card. Yeah, I can connive when I Unholy Heat. I agree that boarding out the ERCs is a solid plan for many matchups. I think some of the matchups where the DRC is not faced with those many problems, you suffer greatly. At least that is my experience. Because I can't buy a win for the whatsoever. So if I hit this, they crack relic, I connive, then 3/3, 5/5. I block 3/3. Then I spell pierce this. Okay, so that's a surviving line. It is, you know, it's a tough life, but we're gonna survive at 1 life point. It might be that I would rather... No, because I lie. Obviously not. I can play around drawing Dresden. Do I sorcerer speed bounce and play to connive? Play around more skills and mana pierces? Need to do this anyways, so I guess I'll do that. Oh yeah. Well. I think not playing DCRs is a very delusion move, while having a playset of them is more in the vein of Plato's philosophy. He was pretty buff and would surely deal free damage even in the air. Was Plato buff? Not so sure about that. Sword of Fire and Ice, which is sort of a problem. Also, the Arsene to rend staff. I think that is arguable because you can refuse to play your card on turn 1. Instead, play a different card. Or only play your DCR if you can follow with a shock on Ren. Which, there's also the second side of the coin that you don't see from the blue-red side necessarily. But with the creature on board, then it becomes extremely tough to actually play Ren because it's gonna get attacked and die. The spell piece was pretty poor. I'm on the play. They still had Mem Knights ×2, so I just won't care. Even when they were on the draw. Wait, they were on the play. I always get that messed up. Always just get that wrong. Is more on the play consideration for this matchup? It is, but I don't know. It's tricky. I kind of feel I will mess myself more most of the time. They have like a dozen of planes in their deck. He's doing a coaching session for UURR. I should be watching this. He clearly has no idea. Yeah, this might be good, like, but this makes this worse. But that's good, that worse, cause make that better. Yeah, bro. Thanks. Yeah, but sometimes they have mana, sometimes they don't. It is all true, though. It is all true. It could be cool to stream together with someone to go through the decisions. It's not always easy to do or like very practical. Damn, DRC. Destroyed. The real copy is only 2 shredder. Just for you, I'll cut the 4th DRC for the 3rd shredder. For the next league. Because you are kind of right. I think it does make for a better post-board deck more often, and 3 DRCs means 7 1-drops in the matchups where it matters. The one who was bragging about mentally harassing opponents to make them scoop after drawing. I don't know about that, but mentally harassing is pretty tough. Very tough Steel Shaper's Gift. Get to connive the explosives later. Whoa. Point is back from a while ago, ready to show my DCRs how it is not done. I mean, it still seems pretty trash. Let's play around the combat trick. I'm not sure they will commit the mana for the saga creation. Give them the mana. I think I'll play around combat trick and mana pay one. They had that card on the draw. No, on the play, excuse me. We don't connive, unfortunately, but we put an enchantment in the graveyard. How does the combat trick work with dress down? It gives its timestamps, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, though, because I don't actually know. But to return of the DRC versus endurance pairing, I would say that I think endurance is a mild inconvenience for DRC rather than a bug-breaking problem. Could we hit and keep priority and dress down? Hit what? My own DRC or my own Ledger Shredder? Because certainly I couldn't have unholy heated the protection from black and red creature. What do you mean timestamps? The freshest one wins. That's what I mean. I'm not entirely sure if it's true, but I think it is true.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you, Mighty Mike 90. I could seal it again, but that is weak against the combat trick. At the same time, they don't equip, so that seems like they don't have the trick. No, they just want to make the construct. Tricky. It's actually pretty consistent with them. Steel Shadow Spear. Don't like Steel Shadow Spear. No hammer equipage when I'm not looking. It's a bit risky. With the risk being death. They do have 5 cards. I probably will die. I don't know. But passing with counterspell against Saga also tough. Sword incoming. I don't care about sword. That's what I'm caring about a little bit. I think keeping Lenos a bit safer. Well, here comes the sword that you so much wanted to see. Oh, I guess keep land for a spell sending is better, yeah. I could have done that. Damn, that's a good point. Okay. You're so right. Because if we stop the Paladin, which should like make sense because the 1 mana thing, they would have played it later. Together with SMF. With the thing, that's true, yeah, sure. Okay, so it was a problem too. We spell snare. The needle for Saga is unfair. I think even having a single upgrade in the deck would be actually super against Summer. Because it's easy to win when you explosives them, but it's hard to win when you don't. Borrower against Needle kinda weaker. Was playing a dragon a mistake? I think it was. Because we knew they had the sword. I'm a what? Bam. Ah. Imagine if my shadow was a DRC this game. Now I feel compelled towards playing it. And I guess I won't. I guess I'm playing 4 DRC already to shadow this league. Mugging it dying to bolt anyways and he lost to Archon, sure. It would simply die to bolt. Catfish. No reason to not play Shredder. Damn bolting, I think, was the reason. But a weak one, I agree. Is 5/5 dragon just the move? Instead of a 1 per creature? Well, if I play both, my opponent draws a land and creativities with a dwarf, then I die. For no reason. Damn, this lets me keep up so much interaction. Such a good card, bros. Casas and DRC Copio is just great for me. I get that you are too, if you played if you play this deck for long enough, you're just too sophisticated to play mere 1/1s that turns into 3/3s 1-drops that have to attack. How does it not matter here? Scry first. Did people try playing creativity plus science in the same deck? What the hell are you talking about, bro? Chad, I have a dish idea. What if you like take a fish and then smear it with Nutella? Or if you are going to take a something similar to that. Get the idea. Co ty chory? No właśnie, no. To jest taki sam... This is the same thing that Belana just proposed. Nice stack. Thanks. Transmogrifies the DRC of creativity. Not untrue. Nice combo deck. Wait, they have 9 life. I discounted, I forgot to account for the Archon life gain. So I assume they're just dead anyway, so I finally sacrificed the dragon. Whoops. Hmm. If I lose because of this, I'm gonna cringe. We had Leaf of the Shredder. But, you know, they need too much stuff.
He's a phenomenal control player.
This game is hard, yes. Thank you, DJ Snugs. They have Fire Eyes. Many spell snare targets. I cut the Ledger Shredder. No, I cut the monkeys in this matchup because they always bad for me. But if I'm thinking of cutting the Ledger Shredders too. Probably not. If we cut the monkeys already, we need to win with something, even if the creature has 1 power. I am on a draw, so I have 1 spell slot over the board. Doom, 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 doom. I'm just playing games. Chat, 3 more subs and we hit the daily goal sub. We hit the 20 subs for the day. Insane, right? If I sub outside of the stream, does it count? I reset the counter every time I start a new stream. Nice mana base opponent. If you were to rank all the colors in the game of Magic the Gathering in order, at what position do you place red? In general. Okay, not well, at least good.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie Polo, for your subscription. White UBRG. No, I wouldn't do that. Second, Blue Red is the best deck in Legacy, Vintage, Modern, Pioneer. At the same time, if you were to build Blue Red, that's... Oh no. Did I get debated? Maybe. But I just wanted Delirium to kill Ren, so not debated. Much lower on the stream than 50. True. I'm the one making it 50%. Down from 56. The more true number. If I had to find a Twitch chatter of my choice, who would I pick? I wouldn't. I think black is better than red in vintage. Counterpoint. Pyroblast. Enter not might. Take my hand. Never, never land. Blue, red, and black are objectively the three best colors in Magic. I think green is stronger than black now. But it used to be true in the first 7 decades of Magic. I should play Brazil Borrower soon. After all, black is objectively the worst color in Modern right now. Isn't Standard really good for white? It is, yes. White is often strong in Standard because it makes like strong creature or mid-range decks often. The way white mythics look like often. Let's go 8 life. Oh, bros, I'm fucking coming. Look at this. Such a good top deck, such a great card to draw. Fetching black. So they want to cast Archon. I did the thing again, there is gonna be an error. Yeah. I counter too quickly. That happens when you get too excited, it just dumps you.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Waffle has never seen this pack. Funny. Chat, if you were empty-handed, Surveil 1 is actually better than Connive 1. Unless you're looking for that extra counter. Sometimes it happens when it asks me twice to pay for soft counters. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the trigger. We need Canny back on combo. Well, they banned the decks. Not my fault. Not sure if that's even good. Probably. Combo and damage free, hopefully. I don't think I need to play counter spell. If they were to play land Archon Dispute, then I want to play the Otawara. Okay, I convinced myself. I'll discard a second Explosives if they resolve the Archon. Will the Lothar of the Rings set make elves broken in Modern? Yes. Maybe. I know why would it be? Otawara can save our DRCs from bolts. That's why I have 2 of them, so I don't need to occupy myself with that. Only iteration. Not keeping anything else. See? Vampiric Tutor. Play the other explosive so they can't kill it with Boseju and then like creativity. Well, Mara still salty squirrels failed, did they? Would careful study be okay for modern? You could unban faithless looting. This DLC card seems good. Yes. Spike says careful study will be the best card in modern, not even close. Would faithless looting be the best card in modern? Weź kurwa spierdalaj, no. Z tymi wejlami. Jeszcze dobierę do tego drugiego, jaki pojeb. Chore. Do I have any bolts? I don't. Ooh la la. Wait, wait, wait. I will kill it. Queen is still dead? Not necessarily. But if my opponent doesn't have anything, they will be. And I'll Vampiric Tutor a counterspell to my graveyard, to my hand. I cut all Ragavans as they're unplayable in this matchup. I really think they're super bad. Is it actually Vampiric Tutor when your deck is all good cards? Yes. It just means that you draw what you want to draw every draw step. Does this make a difference? I go to 3, they ping me to 2, they play on the Ren, they ping me to 1, they play on the Ren. They can't make it dwarf. They can go... I think it doesn't make much difference. It like would be need to be a 4th Ren in their hand too on top of the third. We know they have the third though. And then like you still have the counter spells. They need to protection to Ren Prismatic Command. To get punished for that would be pretty funny. Well, they did have 4 Ren. Alright, do you have protection? Can't be spell pierced though. Shredder to the graveyard is the worst card in my deck after all. They can't creativity because I have the Explosives. One life, sudden death. We play until first blood. Well, wouldn't be first, but we play towards first blood from now on. What is it? Tiger versus dog, true. Bugged? Wait, why didn't it kill my DRC? Huh? Why did it just untap it? It says destroy and then search for another card and just untapped my card? That seems like a clear bug. Actually, it was a new DRC, bros, because I play so many. I think the matchup versus creativity, if you have no DRCs, is pretty tough. If you have DRCs, it's easy. Simple. Hoping you had a O3 card. Yeah, I don't know what they hoped for. I guess... No, I could get Misha's bubble. Actually. What is with the resurgence of the creativity decks? Some people consider them to be funny, and they're better now than they used to be. Yeah, I would probably lose if I bubble. I would have needed to draw a removal spell for the thing. Zan's side was right. True. He couldn't imagine playing anything else in creativity. He was right about that. I'll keep this hand. And I don't know what is your opinion on keeping this hand, but it makes sense for me to keep. What's great about this hand is that it is slow and might get land screwed, yeah. I really like creativity. Feels like it is one new card away from being a very good option, which it already kind of it is. Wait, so is it or not? Because that's kinda... Oh yeah, Biku, stop. Ah! Why they always have it? I guess that's because they move to 5 for those hands and I keep 6. That stink. I don't know what the creativity deck lacks in Twitch chatters estimation. Dual colored dwarven mine. Yeah. Creativity sucks. Damn. It's really not that bad if you play with it a little bit, but it's also not that good. It is very fragile. It is much less bad than it used to be in the past, though. But Transmogrify though. Transmogrify on the other hand. This one, not a fan of. But pierce the second amulet instead of main phase country, but still probably lose the game. Because they had a third amulet coming from. The second amulet was already coming from the Urza saga. Some people bring explosives against amulet, and it always seems kind of terrible to me. Thoughts? I can't E amulets, I have 8 1-drops. Like, I don't know what their fault is to explode the amulet or the saga constructs. I really don't. Really have no idea.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Fuse Dragon and Delirium nicely. I should have cracked this. I reflexively cracked it. Yeah, you almost never lose from Saga. I agree. Thank you, Elfated, for your gifted sub. Very based. Voyage, voyage. Well, I think the bad part is kinda inherent. You have pretty bad mana, poor interaction, clunker that are horrible to draw and force you play some bad cards for it to work. Fable, Prismari. Whoa. I would like you to know that Fable has many fans that claim the card is quite good actually. But I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think the same. Or rather, I thought the same things like with a double strength that I do now. But now I feel it a little bit less so. I won't play Needle on a fetch, but there's always a thought in the back of your head. Too bad I didn't draw the land to kill the Saga. We crack Islet, right? No. Well, I get you. They have Bossage in play. Ooh, thank you, bro, for casting this. It's awesome for me that you cast this. I think it's something you shouldn't do. It's so good for me that you cast this. Grow Dragon. Probably. They play Boros Garrison. We know they don't play Krasis because if you are still stuck in the past to an extent where you're playing Sunhome, there's no way you can grasp the upsides of the Krasis build. So it also just kind of important to have enough blue sources, and it cuts into your blue sources. Why do most Murktide lists have one Moon and one Magus? It's because of Boseiju. Moon is at best. Moon is at its best against Amulet and Throne. What I was saying. So the reason why people play Magus is because of Boseiju. Boseiju is an answer that Amulet has to Blood Moon, but it does not work against Magus. So people started doing so. If I were to play 2 moons, I would play just 2 moons right now because Amulet players, I would assume that they bring 2, 3, maybe 4 even dismembers anyways. So nowadays, because of the respect to Magus, that's what I would do. I don't think that there is a point in playing Magus anymore, and Creativity is also a matchup where you would like to moon. Although I'm not sure if just one, maybe two, just two, maybe just one. Last Modern Event I played against a guy with Sunhome and Krasis. Then if you meet him again, just tell him that he does not get the point at all and he's kind of clueless because he should know. But certainly not because of Fluster. Fluster can't even counter Blood Moon, as it is an enchantment and Flusterstorm counters instants or sorceries. Champs-Élysées. Some people also have spell piece against Amulet when I'm playing Amulet postboard, but it does not make sense either. Joli Papon. Why don't you cut Ragavan? I think it's a very good card to play in the matchup. I have answers to Arbula Grazer and they don't always draw that. I also don't have cards that I would prefer to have in my deck over that, so that's a combination of those factors. No cards in my sideboard currently that I really want to put in my deck. I think it's a strategy if you have enough cards that you could maybe employ. Not a big fan, but ooh. Trap hand. Sure. Borrower. Borrower what? As I said, I have no cards that I view as desirable. And Borrower certainly does not seem to me. They'll have 5 mana, so I can play a second DCR this turn and then cantrip. It's not like I have anything in my... Anyways, the counter spell is actually gone. So I give 2 Surveils to draw a bubble, which gives me 2 Surveils. Wait, so it's better to keep the bubble, right? No, it's the same. But I can have another bubble underneath that. I think a third one is not desirable. No, but I can have a bubble. Watch us attack into endurance. Yeah, watch me. See, I attacked. Didn't care. The endurance, I would have been fine. Yeah, this is a bit better against endurance, that's true. So they have Boseiju in play, in the forest in play. Which means that my moon will die. I have 2 dress downs. So given my life total, I will actually bold a construct. This kills their saga, and I keep counterspell up if they Boseiju. Or probably just play Dragon with counterspell, it's gonna be better. Only 3 spells. So what can go wrong if I go Dragon with counterspell? They'll go Bounce Land, Titan, counter, I win. If I play Blood Moon, I think it's easier for things to go wrong. Blood Moon only here to win an opponent pact. Not only to do so. I think I play the Dragon win next turn. Blood Moon almost instantly loses to Force of Vigor. It doesn't, and they don't have Force of Vigor in their deck, so like, what are you talking about? It also would kill the Sagas, they would have 3 mana, so it does not instantly lose because they have nothing left over. They do have Boseiju in hand, yes, but Blood Moon still kills their land and I still keep Counterspell because of the Boseiju. No, it doesn't lose to Boseiju, bros. I play Blood Moon for 3 mana, I have 1 mana up. They Boseiju, lose their land, I have 2 lands. I have achieved Acid Moss, Von Wooly Acid Moss. That wins the game here. That's what was holding me back, just no DRCs, bros. But playing the dragon is better because it just killed on the next turn. They couldn't really reasonably play through that counter spell. But I just can't play this deck with no DCRs. Get Doomswish to help teach you the no DCR way. Well, but I don't want to be a fan of a certain approach. I want to be capable of winning, and I'm not capable of winning with no DRCs. Yeah, it is a skill issue, but it's important to acknowledge that. Are people cutting back on endurance? Yes. DRC is clearly a more powerful card than Shredder. It's just more exploitable, yeah. I don't know who are you defining power. I think it is more powerful than Shredder. If you assign power per mana cost. And there is also the thing about Ledger Shredder is that it is a card that after a few weeks, someone in the chat made a comment saying that it felt much better at first because people learned to play around it, kind of like around Esper Sentinel. Which it is true. That is a card that you can play around. Like when I'm playing the Mirrors right now of Blue-Red, it does feel like the Ledger Shredder is being deployed and bolted. And it's 2 mana for 1 mana. In a debate of DCR and Shredder, I think the correct answer might be they are best friends. Yes. But I think the debate rather is about as to whether to play the DCRs or not at all. Or rather, that was my starting point because many advocate for no DCR deck lists. And they just don't function for me on the basic, like, functioning deck level. So that's like the thing for me. I feel like I need that aggressive slant and a more powerful card to do stuff. Small number of DCR is cringe because they are better in multiples. It's fine. Have we ever tried 4 of each of DRC and Shadow Zero Ragavan? Postboard, yes, but Ragavan is too good of a card against many decks. I'll probably play this way. And I want to play a Braid. I don't feel Spellsnare is good enough for me to play 2. It's too narrow. Like, really, there's so many things that matter in the mirror that no one knows how to sideboard anyways properly. So taking for the mirror seems to have extremely low returns compared to the returns versus everything else. Remove the cringe no core basic split. Well, you can just swap it. It's a pixel one, I like it. Which is, I think, why I vibed better with Greek Seas than with the no DRC deck of this. What's the point of the second borrower in the sideboard? It is to bounce Murktide Regent. It's not super though. I think let's cut the borrower over for the upgrade and keep the Spellstorm, I guess. Or like a random card slot for anything. Free snow basics for stealing Coatl. Bros, if I lose to Coatl not having Death Touch, I will... I just won't. We could do free dispute. It is a soft counter. What is upgrade for? Isn't it almost always mana negative? Well, it is not for being mana positive. That much you have figured out. But it's for, like, it can kill hairs and can... kill needle against hammer. It kinda seems valuable to me, but it is pretty cringe to play. I agree that it is a little bit, feels a bit bad. What do I think about Force of Negation in the board? I like it a lot against fast linear decks like Cascade, Hammer, and Burn. I don't think I would like it against Hammer at all anyways. Force of Negation is in Urza's Saga's deck. It's very easy to get mismatched. And against Cascade and Burn, just Flusterstorm is a better option. It costs 1 card from your hand rather than 2, and also actually functions, unlike Force of Negation against Cascade. Countering turn 1 it feels amazing, but yeah. How's it? I don't think it does. It wouldn't feel amazing to me, at least. I would in fact feel a little bit bad. As in the chance that they have a second one, you have like... you went down 3 cards for nothing. Shattering Spree or Hurkils. Those cards I will not use in the mirror to kill a hairs. So, thank you for the suggestion, but no. I wonder how good the Archmage's Charm card is, because everybody always shit talks it. in like every matchup, people will find a reason to dislike it and say, no, you don't play it, no. Also, let's play a league with a Snapcaster in here over a second spell snare. Actually, the two spell snare, it's not narrow-ish. Please no snap. Charm is pretty good in my opinion. Yeah, well, I think I like it too. It's more card advantage in the deck. Scriptic command not playable? Not really. Oftentimes we play a matchup and people say, oh yeah, you keep the charm, what if they have spell pierce? And trade 1 for 2, and I'm like, well, yeah, I guess that is tough, but I don't know, I like them. I think I seem pretty relevant. When a free Mystic Sanctuary, you can play Cryptic again, true. But I finally for once, I am so relieved, bros. Which means that right now we can play another League of Blue-Red, because it is a Blue-Red only stream. I actually don't want to play a full league, but maybe a few matches. We could play a league with Grixis for a taste cleanser. No, but I won't play a full league, as I said. I just play like 2 matches. Or 1 match. Maybe I won't play anymore. Need to work on Gingerbread Cabin and Witch's Cottage. Both were already solved. Through your absence from Magic the Gathering Berserk, you have missed out on Gingerbread Cabin Shape Anew or Gingerbread Cabin Creativity, a False Stomping Ground one, where you creativity into Mirror of Fates and Thassa's Oracle. Needed 2 food tokens for that. And Witch's Cottage pairs beautifully with Aether Mage's Touch and Archon of Cruelty, which is an aspiring spike deck recently. Yeah, we also played Gingerbread Cabin Game Objects, which it was fine in the deck, but not that good even. It was 1 of 2, so it was pretty bad actually. Gingerbread Cabin Urza. Cabin Urza. Co deck, ja pierdzielę. Gingerbread Cabin Urza. Alright, let's... Gingerbread Cabin Urza. Breeding Pool. Yeah, they also said Durset shape a new deck into Blightsteel, which was rather poor. It is lots of life loss to play 4 breeding pools and always fetch all of them, but you can crack the foods for life. I trade Royal Scion and my Murktide deck for a bit. Help with Delirium and card advantage. It is interesting that this card helps you with card advantage, as it does not produce card advantage, so I would like you to explain the statement. MH2 Power Crab Prototype Cabin. Yeah, you probably would rather play Gingerbread Cabin, you probably just rather play Urza Saga in whatever it is. Okay, that doesn't even make sense. Tron discards, not really advantage, exactly. We can't play Urza Saga, we play Gingerbread Cabin. We can't play Saga. This thing sucks. So bad. I played this with Uro, that was decent, because you milled Uro with Emery. Had no upheaval though. $20 lands. This deck is so bad, bros. That made me laugh a bit. Wouldn't Saga just be better than Cabin? Let's play another match of UUR DRC. I think there is an issue with Urza. That is the fact that it's not actually that good of a card for 4 mana. Now, not sure it ever was. Always was a bit on the weaker side, even when like the Urza deck was the best deck allegedly. It probably wasn't even the best version of like the deck. I think like Band Control with Voco was probably a better deck. It was when you got all the mana back immediately, maybe. Moxapad was 3 mana. Yeah, that is true. That's true too. So for 3 mana, it's decent, but for 4, it was not quite. I think is the Urza's issue. I had a good run versus Urza decks at that GP right after Stoneford was unbanned with Band Control. That felt super hard to play. Spellsner was an all-star though. Spellsner? Why did you counter? Hopefully we get a 2 mana Teferi in Dominaria. They already confirmed Teferi Hero of Dominaria is being reprinted, so you probably won't. It's also wouldn't shine against Spellsner. Goblin Engineer, Thopter Foundry. I mean the different Urza decks. Might be Living End. What was Teferi confirmation? It was Okay, confirmation maybe is a lot to say. A popular Planeswalker card gets a reprint in a set named Dominaria United. How could it be a different character from the fairy hero of Dominaria, who we know is a character present in the story? What the hell? Wait, what? Machete's Monkey was DRC, yeah. I am imagining pretty hard right now. But I assume it is Titan. No, I don't know. Fastland? I don't know, bros. It will be Khan liberated. That is possible, but how? It actually doesn't make much sense. How is it Khan liberated when Khan liberated was, as per flavor, liberated from the Phyrexian influence? What is he gonna be liberated from? Okay. Kinda expected that. I don't know why it made sense, but there's some spooky shit. There's a new Liliana art with hair and the chain veil. Okay. In that case, maybe it is gonna be Liliana of the Veil. And we will get a 2-mana Teferi as per wishes. What's the reason you were looking for Blue Red Coach upcoming tournament? I am going to Copenhagen to play in a tournament this weekend, but it was mostly because I suck at Blue Red generally and I wanted not to suck. For that chain veil didn't exist anymore. Or something. Let's go chain veil. MTG Wiki fandom. Ancient and powerful artifact that was hidden with the ancient catacombs of the ancient Onake at ancient Shandalar. What did you say you were gonna play? Blue red probably. The chain veil is made of burnished gold and is exquisitely crafted, so fine it appears to have a texture of silk. When worn, it covers the face. You should play Amulet, I'm serious. Bro, should I listen to Lizark? I'll play Amulet tomorrow at LGS. If I go for all, then I'll reconsider. After War of the Spark, Liliana returned to her home on Dominaria and used the Veil against a powerful Dajin named Zahid. Just before she subdued Zahid, Ugin had appeared to Liliana through the Spirit Game and encouraged her to choose a better path in her journey ahead. It was like, stop it, get some help, meme. Later, while holding the Spirit Game in one hand and the Chain Veil in the other, the Spirit Game began to glow and it disappeared. Liliana dropped the veil and gave it up. Using his shield magic, Teo Vairada transported the veil back to Ravnica, where it was used as proof of Liliana's death. Okay. Teo placed the veil into a puzzle box for safekeeping by Niv Mizzet. So how does she have the veil? Assume that happened in the second novel. Hammer best deck. ... No discussion needed. The problem with Hammer is that I don't vibe with Hammer and makes me lose lots of games. I get not wanting to play 4-color. I hate Pile, but it's just so strong. I think it's far from the best deck to play. As many terrifying matchups. For example, the creativity one. And others. If you think it's that good, then it is most likely to be a skill issue rather than a deck issue. Or I'm wrong and it is broken, but I'm just refusing to play it now. Out of foolishness. Oh, I take 0 damage. Oh. Sure. Interesting. My dragon is a 6/6. So I probably let this resolve, just lose Shredder. Good testing, yeah. Probably discard Spell Pierce because they have 4 mana already. They will have to discard a card. I'll play Dragon. What are the key differences in the various creativity lists? Grixis versus Ren 6 lists. I think the Grixis list, the key difference is that it's not actually played. I never seen anyone play that against me. It's more so the ones splashing for Teferi and the ones not doing so. But that's the difference. They splash an extra color, a 5th color, or not. I guess, well, 8, 12. There is a few lists. I wouldn't say that Tainted Indulgence is not a good card, but I would say that Ren 6 is a better one than it. Wait, no, that's the Ragavans is a 5/5 only? So I guess I'll just play the Brazil/Harm. Did you see the Folklore Raga Hammer on that went 5/0? I've seen that somewhere, but it's not a good deck. It's, I guess, pretty funny to an extent. They have a Ask Foretold in hand and something unknown. No, they discarded Ask Foretold to restore balance. They have another restore balance. Electro Dominance. They're playing with X3 with despite the existence of Spell Pierce the card. I don't respect that move much, but you do you. Raz, dwa, trzy. Happily ever after. What made you want to practice Blue-Red Murktide? It is the best deck in the modern format, and I am not playing with it much well, or not used to playing with it, so I just want to be. 6-6 bolt, good. It is a strong deck that, like, I often refuse to play the strongest deck in the format for typical scrap reasons. Oh, I don't want to learn the deck. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I would rather beat the best deck than play it. Oh, I would, like, don't want to play the mirror. And this is all kind of true, but those are truly things that motivate me a little bit, but also I think it would be wise to, if I want to be able to claim to be a wise content creator who has a good grasp on the modern format and can sell you good information in form of sideboard guides and other content that is truthful and real, it's probably better to be, say, someone who also is relatively skilled at playing the perceived best deck, even if it's best only by small margin. Or if some would even argue that it isn't the best deck. But that is my POV. Fully. What decks do you think are pretty favored against blue-red and should be watched to accommodate the side? It is a bias that you don't need to sideboard against, specifically against your weak matchups. You can sideboard against your good matchups and it still might be correct, but I don't know, they play nothing. Hammer and blue-red are like the ones that might be trickier. Spells and counters Electro Dominance with X0, but that's probably not great. Free Explosives, I think, is a pretty bad strat because of the existence of Piffy Needle and how they sideboard that card against you oftentimes anyways. So I have the Abrade. Just playing more explosives is a bit of a, I think, dead end. When do I bring in the subtlety? Against Primeval Titan, where it's the best, and against 4-color, where it is not the best, but serviceable. And not sure about the other places. I have tried playing it in the mirror to varying levels of success. Some games finish with people still with cards in hand. In those games, subtlety is pretty based. But many games finish with people not having cards in hand, and then subtlety. It's also not the worst. You can pay it for 4 mana, but it's hard to line up and much worse. For sure, against Throne, I would bring the subtlety too, yes. It is of course hard to bypass the bias, yes. And it also typically, well, like what you should take count into too is the popularity of your opponent's deck. What the fuck? What? Pillaged. Yeah, play the DCR. You might do something else. Well, they don't have the double red card, so they don't have the land. They scry 2 top. Well, blue red is pretty good against both Burn and Tron, so you would be scared foolishly, I would say. Find Harky underwhelming? It probably is underwhelming, yes. Chat, do you have any other blue-red players who think they are unfavored against Burn? Alright, let's do it for the content. Does anyone in the chat believe that their Murktide deck is unfavored against Burn? Or that their Burn deck is favored against Murktide? It's a really weak play into Spell Pierce or something like that. Some counter magic into As Foretold and do stuff, but luckily they didn't have that. Yeah, I think the matchup is actually pretty solidly favored for Murktide. It's really hard to do stuff from Burn's side. You're hoping that they will not draw the card Spirebluff Canal, which is pretty good card to have pretty good hate card to have 4 copies of in the main deck. Can Electro with Dominancy Bubble. Burn is favored if you borrow Palms from Batutinia. Funny. Although I don't think that would even change that much. Oh, some counter magic and delirium. Two push and Thoughtseize from Grixis creativity bring value that Ren 6 doesn't. It for sure brings value that Ren 6 doesn't, but I don't think it brings net value. Like push is the same as bold really. And I liked bold and creativity because being a red removal spell actually made sense for the mana base, which is already stretched incredibly, and you take a similar amount of pain
control player
in red black too, in Grixis too, because you're casting Tainted Indulgence, which is actually harder to cast than Ren. So, but you still like just shock every turn. You don't even save life. Thank you, Pope Tobias, for your sub. Very nice to have Pope Tobias himself subbing. And also, well, it's what I said. I don't respect the Grixis list. I think Persist is a funny meme card to mess around with, but it's not a strong card. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem. No, they stay at 1. Can you watch this later? Building War Stamina United. It's 20 minutes, but we can... Sure. It's pretty long. Excited for the NBL. Remember to join the Discord and put yourself on the list of players willing to play. As we are currently looking for players, we have... Well, let me check. Ten people on the list currently. Hopefully maybe gonna have a tiny bit more than that. Alright, I can play one last match. Should do a promotional video cosplaying to promote the tourney. Cosplaying what? Uro? Oko? Simian Spirit Guide? Dread Return? Glimpse Yosan Dosan from Glimpse the Nature? Ancient Den? Moxopal. I forgot that card was banned. Or maybe the mirror being thrown into KCI. Are my set on my DRC slash Shredder split or still testing? I am sure I will be that when I will play this deck, I will do so with Dragon Rage's Channeler in it. I can't play this deck with no Dragon Rage's Channeler as I just lose all the time. Maybe it's a league thing, but I think Modern everywhere is random to an extent. I think it is generally not unwise to over prepare for the mirror match. How do you beat the hairs in the mirror? See, that's the thing. What's the purpose of Snowland in the deck? If I hit the Snowland and I hit 3 Coatals with Ragavan, I can gain Death Touch. Very nice pillage. Review on Twitch. Thank you for the game. My point is a potentially 4 endurance main deck with Cavern of Souls, so we will see how the DRC plays here. But yeah, I'm playing one Abrade, which is also something tempting, bros. Can't cast though because I only have 1 treasure. Sad. Isn't Cloudpost just worse depth? That seems like 2 most different decks I've ever heard of. Can draw counter spell, so I should have probably checked my own top card and then not play if I draw. If I see, yeah. Or do we have lethal now? Not through Shardless Agent, I guess, though. No jak Franceski brzmi chłop, no. Przed wyruszeniem w drogę należy zebrać drużynę. What did they find so funny? I wonder. Miński buł są gotowi. A też nie wiem. Co to jest za mówienie też z gry? I don't know how to sideboard against this deck. It is a bit tough. Do I moon them? I could. Let's moon them. Do I explosives their tokens? We don't have that many tokens. They have subtlety, their endurance. A snapcaster. They cut charms. Do people cut Murktide in the mirror? Sometimes they cut one, but I personally wouldn't advise so. I don't know, I'll bring the Snapcaster. It's pretty tough. I don't know what to do. Snapcaster is more of removal and more counters, so seems good. Is BS in NBL Modern? One could argue there's plenty of BS in NBL Modern. Pretty lucky to have Wave Sifter every turn. So I'll consider because I think I should just spend my mana now. I won't play the Shredder even. No. Now I don't know. Let's not consider. Imagine if I had a DCR, I would have already dealt 7 damage to my opponent. Will they cast Omnath and I'll die from cringe? Ouch! How many creativity decks did I play today? I'm not playing as a creativity deck right now, but I have played against many. Turns out, bottoming that heat was a mistake. Sort of. I can crack the clues now? Shit. Yeah, this is Glimpse. What deck is harder to play, Yawgmoth or Murktide? Murktide. But Yawgmoth is pretty hard too. Bro, Cavern of Soul is unfair. They have to pay 3 for a Cascade. They play the Cowling Garden. It's possible they don't have lands. If they play more Omnaths, I'm in a terrible shape, so I will play the dragon and say YOLO! Just get them killed. Because if they would be like flooded with plenty of lands, okay, they have an actual land, so maybe no Cascade. I lost Eridain from Reese matchup. I feel bad for you. Okay, so I only get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 permanents. So maybe they will not hit well. I think that qualifies as hitting well. Notably, they have subtlety against me. What if I don't have Archmage's Charm? But this card draws, so it's probably fine. I have Dress Down. Maybe it's fine to have dress down over this. Or over counterspell, but counterspell cascades. It's got a Snapcaster and one charm. For the Dures Duraunus. Fury check. No Fury. Seems like somebody won the game, and it is not my opponent. Beach. Can evoke this. Seems worse than mana though. Didn't fetch. Fuck. Question about Amulet Titan. The choice of having all your crosses in sideboard related to a meta choice, or is it better to have them only in some matchups? The crosses are a sideboard plan. Wow, they just always have the guy. It's like so much worse when you don't. We can counter the cascades pretty easily, so. Crassuses are a plan against blue red specific plan. When you cut down on Summoner's Pacts in order to be able to play threat every turn that you haven't pacted for. Which means that they just work better in the sideboard. Like game one, you just present the same like combo deck against every people. Is it great to just dress down the Wave Sifter? I think it is because I have Counterspell Spell Pierce. My opponent will not, in fact, resolve a Glimpse. So I think it does sound pretty crazy. And I'd rather keep it for... Fire Reality I will keep, actually. I would much rather keep Dress Down for an Omnath or something similar later. Here I'll cast the Omnath so they don't get the Delirium. Excuse me, the draw. And I get to kill it with the heat because I have Delirium. Second copy of Azusa is meant to make the deck more consistent. Yes, second like Azusa or a second Explorer. I just wanted to have enough ramp spells when I want to board out. When I want to board out Arboreal Grazers, which are pretty bad when they're not blocking. Not sure about this, but maybe. So if you just like add an extra big threat over the Azusa, you could do that, but I think you might just feel like you have too many threats and too little ramp. Or maybe you can play the Colossus because you believe the Colossus is base. Although I think the Colossuses past the first are not that great. And you just keep the Grazers more often. I wish I had a bolt now instead of an unholy heat. Another elemental cavern. Tank. Well, not good barrows, they glimpse me. Nice endurances. Assuming the meta has more mirror than expected, would you introduce more Force of Vigor on your sideboard? Yes, it is useful. Although, I think there is heavy diminishing returns to Force of Vigor past the first, maybe second, as that card is generally not that good in Amulet in overall. As it is hard to have spare green cards in Amulet. It is a 30-something land deck after all, so less than half of your cards are spells to begin with. And oftentimes you're in a situation where your hand is Lens, a key ramp spell, and a Titan. So you have just nothing to pitch because one of these cards is also occupied by Vigor. So I'm kinda not a big fan of Vigor in general. Well, I bought it out the bolt. Bolts as they seem not so good to me in the matchup, but it is true that had I had that, it would have been easier to deal the remaining 3 damage. Hopefully my opponent does not have another Cascade in hand, and then I'm all fine. But if they do, then I'm not. So Red Mirrors are just a matter of coin flip and day. Not really, like your hand matters, and Boseju can be used in some tricky ways to stop your opponent, and so can be Dismember. It is just that specifically Force of Vigor is a little bit poor with the pitch requirement. It's just if you were designing a deck where the pitch requirement's the toughest, it would be really that deck. Wait, they could have put you down to 5 life? How? The Omnav did trigger, yes. I went to 9. Bros, one more Brazilian. If I see Brazilian once more in the chat, I will ban. English. Many do not habla Englanda, so they would like to see messages in English. Is this Fury summoning? What the hell? Sure. Wait, they die. Lol. So this member and Bosages are your go-to for a mineral matchup? Yes. I didn't even need to bounce the endurance, they were just dead on board. Seems like all it took was to do stuff, but it's really fine that they killed themselves with the dispute, giving me a connive, and then my shredder became big suddenly. No evidence, no crime. Alright. What do I think about fire spout in the sideboard? Of amulet? It doesn't make sense to me. You don't have enough red sources. It's not particularly good at answering anything. Why do you want to play it? I don't get why people play it. Some do though, but it's kinda unclear to me as to why. It seems like I'll be writing an amulet guide anyways post the weekend, so after the weekend, maybe I'll manage to do it tomorrow. We'll see. Anyways, finishing for today. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so I skip. Then on Thursday I will return for streamage for the last time before I travel to Copenhagen. I travel Friday morning, and I will be gone until I'll be back in home Monday morning. I don't know if I'll stream on Monday, probably not. Copenhagen live stream, yeah, maybe. There will be a live stream, but I will not be broadcasting the tournament. I'll be playing in a modern grand qualifier, I think. For a tournament I'm qualified already in, but if you're going to Copenhagen, I want to see you there, and I want you to come to me and say, hey, Canister, I'm a fan of your stream. Hi. To which I'll say, hi. And then we will probably leave. But make sure to do that. 05 without DRC, 6-1 with it. Is that accurate? It was 2-9 without DRC across 2 days. Should I say it even if it's not the truth? Then don't say it. I did go 4-1 and 2-0, so 6-1 with DRC, yes. Stay hydrated and let's raid some nerds.